Tubbs Show. Brought to you in part by the law firm of Lampton, McCaffrey, and Talwine. And now, the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners, Billy Tubbs, with your host, Bill Teagans.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first Billy Tubbs Show of the 1988-89 college basketball season. And, Coach, here we are, ready to play. You've already got 3 games over with. You were in the championship game a year ago, and hopefully that'll kind of carry over into this season.
Well, last year was a great season, Bill, and hopefully we put that behind us now. Really proud of that team and the job that they did, and we're excited about this year. We had a tough week this past week at the Maui Classic. We learned a lot, and we're excited about the upcoming schedule.
Let's take a look at in brief terms, your team this year. Obviously, it's got a center, I guess, on Stacey King and Mookie Blaylock.
Well, I think they're the best 2 players in the nation returning at their position, or let's restate that they're as good as anybody else in the nation at the center position and at the guard position, whether it be point or 2 guards. They're a great pair to build around, and they give us a solid foundation. You just have to fit the other players in.
How about some of the new faces, Billy? People that maybe Sooner fans aren't real familiar with right now.
Well, you know, we have some guys that they'll become familiar with in Skeeter Henry, and William Davis is doing an outstanding job for us. Damon Patterson is doing a great job for us. Mike Harris, our point guard, has had some back problems, and I think when Mike gets well, I think he's going to be doing a good job for us. That's just to mention a few of the guys that's getting the most playing time right now, but those are players that our Sooner fans will become very familiar with.
You know, basketball season actually started back on October 15th when you had Billy's Bash. Your idea and how that came about, and obviously a big success.
Well, it was kind of a little bit of a copycat off of some things that some other people have been doing, having the midnight scrimmages, and I've been threatening to do it for years, and it just fell into place this year. It was the right time to do it, and we tried it, and it came out really well. I thought we had good support in the Bash, and it kind of gave us a quick look at our team in a scrimmage situation, and with a lot of new players that our fans weren't familiar with. They got to see those players.
Well, let's take a look at some of the action from the first annual Billy Bash at the Lloyd Noble, and October 14th at midnight, though, everything got started, Billy.
Well, that's Andre Wiley. Our guys did a little rap session for the crowd, and our players loved it. I don't know how the crowd liked it. It seemed as though they really liked it, but we had a great turnout. Our pep squad did some routines, and, you know, this thing started about 9 o'clock at night, and we couldn't do anything until midnight. We had a world-renowned comedian, as you're seeing right there. There was a friend of our family's, Liz Watson. Then we came on the floor at 12:01, and as usual, we did a few dunks. That's a new player, Roland Ware. It's going to be a red shirt for us. After the warm-ups, we got started with about a 30-minute scrimmage. That was naturally Stacey King making a slam dunk. Mookie Blaylock with a layup that showed we had a little work to do on defense. Number 14 is Terry Evans from Oklahoma City, son of Eddie Evans, and he's going to be an outstanding player for us. He's a red shirt this year. But it was a great night out. Gave people a chance to see the new Sooners and the team that would like to come back and win a national championship. Kind of got us off on a good foot.
I know everybody had a good time with that. You guys didn't have much time to enjoy things, though, because you get right into the Maui Classic. We're going to take a look at highlights in a moment, but going into that tournament, Coach, what are you hoping to accomplish when you go into to play a tournament like
that? You really want to come out of that tournament a better team than you are going in. You want to learn a lot of things about your team, your weaknesses, your strong points, and you just want to come out a better team. You could go play 3 or 4 easy games, and that's not always bad because you build up your team and you do it on a kind of a graduating scale. We just jumped right into the fire to start with, and we did learn a lot about our team, and I think we are a better team than we were going into the Maui Classic. So I think all of our goals were accomplished, but the most important thing about it, Bill, so you get 3 free games. They count on your statistics, they count on your win-loss record, but they don't count against the number of games you can play. So it's almost like going in and having 3 great scrimmages. everybody that goes to that classic comes out a winner, even the teams that were 1 and 2. And so it was a great event for us, and I think it's going to make us a better team on down the road.
Well, let's go to Hawaii and check out the Ohio State game, first of all. And the competition, unbelievable there, 97-93. And, Coach, it was warm inside.
You forgot another 90-something degrees. It was very hot in there. There's Stacey King on a slam dunk after a pile-up at half court. Some of these games resemble football games. It got very aggressive. This is against Ohio State. There's Mookie Blaylock for a 3. I think the perimeter shooting of our team is a real plus, and we didn't do as good a job in this tournament as I'd like. There's an outstanding play by Ohio State. And here's Jay Burson, that had 38 points against us. He's one of the outstanding guards in the nation. That was him scoring on a 3-point shot. Missed shot, it's number 30, Skeeter Henry, putting a shot back in for us. This is in the second half. We kind of get going. Very good ball movement with a pass from Skeeter into William Davis.
Davis really looks good, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He's a tough youngster. There's a nice rebound again. I guess that was by Stacey King right there. The end of the game, notice how fresh the Oklahoma coach was and how sweaty the Ohio State.
You had it under control all the way, didn't you?
Well, Stacey King was the outstanding player of that game. Oh, it was hot over there, Bill, and the Ohio State coach made a mistake of wearing a tie and a long sleeve shirt, and it showed up at the end.
Well, Stacey had 34 points, 10 rebounds, a great ball game, and you had no time to just enjoy that one because the very next night, Nevada, Las Vegas, you knew that was going to be a physical game.
Oh, it was probably as physical game as I've been involved in, but we knew going over that it looks like you're going over for a vacation, 3 days of laying out in the sun, etc. Not to be true. We went over there and devoted ourselves to basketball. You play Ohio State, one of the top-ranked teams in the nation, and come back the next day and play a higher-ranked team. So we had our priorities in order and stuck to basketball. Then we go against UNLV, which is a big rival game with us.
It really is. You'll see them again later in the year. Let's look at some highlights of that one. And a great ball game. This is unbelievable.
A nice pass to William Davis for a layup. This was probably a brutal physical game. There was people falling out all over the floor. There's Vegas on the patented 3-point shot. There's Billy Tubbs hollering that Tark was out of the box. I got a tee instead of him on that play.
But he'd come back and get a couple more, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he did. In fact, we were delighted because he was out of the box. He's out of the box right now when he's getting his tee. He got a couple of them. And I tell you, it was a very competitive game. Mookie with a nice steal and a nice layup. We need for that to happen a lot more. There's Mookie on a pass to winds up going into Stacey King. The game was hard fought. It was a game that you would think would be being played down in March or something.
Yeah, it really was.
Stacey with a nice turnaround jumper. Vegas has an outstanding array of talent. This particular play, as you notice, was 2 seconds to go in the game, and we were 2 up, and the ball rolled up against the support system on the top and became our ball. William Davis was your headline player.
Well, he had a great game, 19 points, 7 rebounds, and he's going to be a big help. And when we come back, we're going to take a look at the championship game of the Maui Classic with Michigan, and the Billy Tubbs Show continues.
Join the OU Tip-In Club and support the OU basketball program. Call 325-8223.
And in the championship game of the Maui Classic, it was Oklahoma and Michigan, 2 great basketball teams going at it. Let's go right to the highlights and coach some great ones to look at. That was a tough ball game.
Michigan is a very good team, Bill, and we couldn't force them into a lot of mistakes. There's Stacey King with a nice pass, turnaround from the block. We did not force Michigan into many mistakes, and they're a very physical team. I'm voting them #1 in the nation right now. There's a nice pushback by William Davis. William's a good player in a game like this.
Look at Terrence Mullins with a rebound.
Terrence Mullins with a nice rebound, goes back up, gets a basket, and he was fouled on that play. We like those kind of 3-pointers. Good ball movement with Tyrone Jones, a three-pointer on the backside. Tyrone played well in this game, I thought. He got his outside shot going pretty good. Here's a nice rebound by Terrence Moans, taking it down the floor to a dish off to Tyrone Jones. That's a traditional type of fast break. It was well played. We get in the zone defense right here, and they go to, I believe that's Rice under the basket. Split our defense, made a great play right there. Ball in Damon Patterson's hands, now into Stacey King for Stacey's patent turnaround jumper. We had some things going pretty nice for us in this game, but as I said, we didn't force many mistakes on Michigan. And here's a great conference between Billy and Lucy. I don't know that it accomplished anything. This is down later in the game. Peter Henry driving baseline for a little pull-up jump shot.
Great speed coming up here, Coach.
Mookie on nice penetration to Stacey King with the dunk. We have to do a little better job, and probably didn't do that enough. Stacey a turnaround right there, and a putback by Tony Martin. So, there's some of the Oklahoma fans.
Yeah.
I see Gail Kerwin in that picture. Robinson is a great guard, Bill. The kid from Michigan right there. On that particular day, they're just a better team. Tyrone Jones is your highlight player of the game.
18 points, 3 of 4 from long range, three-point range, so he had a good ball game.
He had a nice game, and we're going to look for some better games from him and from the Oklahoma Sooners.
Well, you know, off-season conditioning is so important to any sport, and basketball is no different. So we've asked Stacey King, who's going to be helping us out from time to time in the Billy Tubbs Show, to talk about how the Sooners stay in shape, and that's with the aerobics program.
For the past 2 years, the Oklahoma basketball team has spent time during the off-season with aerobic training. Now, I didn't think at first that aerobics would have much to do with basketball, but a closer inspection, it becomes obvious.
Build up our endurance. It builds up our stamina. It allowed us to be able to run up and down the court very quick and not get so tired very easily. And like I said earlier, it just built up our endurance and different things like that in order for us to be able to run for 40 minutes up and down the court and be able to recuperate real quickly.
Sherry Andrews is the instructor working with us, and she said the first thing she had to do was convince the players that aerobic workouts are serious.
I think they really expected a real easy workout. You know, like, oh, this is going to be a blow-off. We're going to get off easy, and I think they were real surprised after we got into the workout. It's a big improvement this year over last year, and it really helped develop their coordination. And they found out that it's not just dance, you know, and I think that really changed their whole attitude, that this really is a workout and a hard workout.
Maybe just as important as the training was the fact that it gave the team something different to do.
I think it helps our flexibility and helps us to have more endurance at the beginning of the season, so we won't be so tired in practice.
It beats running up around the track 4 to 8 times, you know, every day or during the week. So, yes, aerobics is different. You get a chance to listen to some music while you're conditioning and stuff like that.
For the Billy Tubbs Show, I'm Stacey King.
Well, aerobics is an important part of our program, Bill, and it helps with our mental attitude, but it helps with our flexibility. And conditioning is such an important part of the program in the way we play basketball, and aerobics definitely helps our stamina. So it's an important part of our program.
Yeah, it'll look kind of fun, too. When we come back, we're going to take a musical look at the trip to Hawaii and our question of the week for Coach Tubbs when we come back.
Join the OU Tip-In Club and support the OU basketball program. Call 325-8223.
So the trip to Hawaii is a lot of work for the coaches involved and for the players, too. But there is some time for some fun on the beach and enjoying the people and the weather of Hawaii. And here's a musical look at what the Sooners went through in Hawaii.
The weather, the sun, we had a Thanksgiving dinner, and they gave us all gifts. They gave all the players suntan lotion. So I'm gonna have probably a year's supply of suntan lotion now, because now all the guys gave me their suntan lotion.
Hey, it's a mixture between Peter and Hawk. Celebrities from all over there, didn't you?
You know, it was a great trip for basketball, but educationally for our players, a great trip, Bill, because how many people just stopped by for Thanksgiving and Maui?
Yeah, really.
So it was a real treat, and like I said, everybody that goes over there comes home a winner.
Well, that looked like a lot of fun. We'd like to thank Heather Messer of the OU Athletic Films Department for her work on that project. We're also this year going to have a question of the week for Coach Tubbs every week, and Ben Lampkin has this week's question for Coach Tubbs.
Billy, I know you like to snow people with all of these terms you use in basketball, and I don't want to give away any of your secrets, but we're going to have a question each week for new fans that don't understand some of these terms. And first question is, what is a high and low post?
It's a good question. We define our offense as a high-low post offense, which means that when our offense starts, we normally have a guy on the high post area, which means the free throw line, and that's the high post. The low post is the guy on what we call the block, which is down under the basket, and that constitutes the high-low post. Good question, Ben.
Okay, we appreciate that. How does Coach Tubbs look at the top 10 in the country? Well, we'll check on that when we come back. Interesting week of basketball to come. A couple of home games this week, Coach.
Bill, we're excited about this week. We've got season 1 behind us, the Maui Classic, and now it's going to be great to be back at Lloyd Noble Arena playing before our folks and getting this thing established again. We have an exciting game Tuesday night against the Mustangs of SMU, and then we're Thursday night against New Mexico University, which will be quite an encounter at the Pit in Albuquerque, and they're favored to win the WAC conference. And then back at home on Saturday night against a very fine Oral Roberts University team. Oral Roberts been impressive this year. We have a tough one Tuesday night against SMU.
And there's new coaches on 2 of those teams, and these coaches have switched positions. And, of course, Oral Roberts, you look at that game before the season, you probably thought that might be a cakewalk. It's going to turn out that way.
I wouldn't say it was a cakewalk. We would have really actually thought that might be a breather, but Oral Roberts has won against LSU in Baton Rouge, which was a big win. They also beat Alabama in Jacksonville, Florida. So, you know, our schedule has been brutal, to say the least, and some of these so-called breathers have turned out to be tough teams. SMU had a nice win last Saturday night against North Carolina State, and they'll come in with a very veteran team. So right now, that's the game we're really excited about. We want our fans to be out there this Tuesday night and this Saturday night to support the Oklahoma Sooners. There are a few season tickets left for basketball, but not many.
You know, as we look farther ahead, we will not be back here until January 8th for a show, but you got Loyola Marymount, Arkansas Little Rock, the all-college tournament coming up, so some great games even in the future.
Some really nice games. The Loyola Marymount is going to be an exciting game because last week they scored 164 points in a game, and we were the #1 and #2 team in the nation in scoring last year. And Mike Newell's Arkansas Little Rock team beat Houston 100-67 the other night. So we're going to have some good games in Lloyd Noble. Then the all-college tournament will be exciting.
And Coach Tubbs has his top 10 of the country that we were talking about earlier today. Let's take a look at how the coach ranks the top teams in the land.
Bill, keep in mind that we do not rank the Oklahoma team.
Right.
We keep them out of it and look at the rest of the teams. Michigan, without a doubt, is my #1 team. They convinced me they're an outstanding team. I've seen Syracuse several times on TV, and especially against Missouri. I think they're the second-best team in the nation. #3 is Iowa. A lot of people have Duke as #1, but I think they're at best #4. I'm fairly impressed with North Carolina, but they're not as good as they have been in previous years. Let's roll and see the next team. Georgetown is #6, and I don't know why they're in anybody's poll. They haven't played anybody, and they're not going to play anybody.
Hard to tell, isn't it?
Missouri is an outstanding team. I think they're really probably one of the top 5 teams in the nation, but I put them at #7 with Illinois at 8. Even though Louisville has lost twice, I still think they're one of the finest teams in the nation, and Arizona comes up #10. The Sooners are not mentioned in there, but the Sooners, without a doubt, have played the toughest schedule in the nation to this point, and it's not going to get much easier.
Well, I saw the AP version a few days ago had Oklahoma having the toughest schedule of anybody in the land the first 3 games.
Well, it had to be because we were the only team in the land that played #15, #8, and #2. And, had we taken care of our business and won all those games, we might have been the #1 team in the nation.
Very possible. Coach, thank you. We enjoyed the first show of the year. We will be back on January 8th. And for Billy Tubbs, I'm Bill Keegan. So long, everybody.
Discount shopping store in Maui. Mike Bill, I see you at the store in Maui. What you come here to shop for?
Well, I see some pretty nice shirts in here. It's pretty good prices. I think I'll get me two to carry home.
Well then, can you give me one too?
Go down the Kokomo. My name is Michael Harris. I'm a transfer from Northeastern Oklahoma Junior College. My hometown is Muskogee, Oklahoma. Aloha. I'm a point guard, and I'm having a nice time here in Hawaii.
Spanky McFarland, number 2. He likes pizza. He likes a lot of pizza and food, mayonnaise, all that good stuff. He's a good player, though. He's a good player. He's going to come around and do some things for OU this year, I think. In the long run, he'll come around.
Michael Harris, his favorite food is probably the most is pizza. And he's from Muskogee, Oklahoma.
Hi, my name is William Davis. I'm from Kansas City, Kansas, and I went to Hutchinson Junior College. What a part? That's it.
Oh, that's cheese, man. He smiled too much. Big head William Davis. He likes fat girls all the time.
Hi, I'm Tony Martin, as you probably already know, and I'm here to say one thing good about William Davis. He plays with so much tenacity around the rim.
Is that all? William, the Cheese Davis, he has this thing about big girls. He like pretty heavy girls. So all you heavy ladies out there, if you want to meet a nice guy, go talk to William, the Cheese Davis from Hutch JUCO.
Terry Evans, a freshman from Oklahoma City, Millwood. Point guard, here having a great time in Maui.
Terry, next I want to say something about Terry Evans. He's a great barber. Can't you tell? He cuts hair terrifically.
Yeah, Terry Evans, if you're pretty much lost somewhere, all you got to do is take a look at his head. He got arrows pointing the direction you're supposed to go. So, just follow him and follow his head. He got arrows in it. He'll tell you which way you got to go.
My name is Damon Patterson. I'm from Kalamazoo, Michigan, here in Hawaii at the Maui Classic.
Cut. First of all, Damon Patterson from Kalamazoo, Michigan. He's a Prop 48 last year. He's returning for his first year as a Sooner. We expect big things out of him. He's a really good guy. He's really quiet and he's fun to be around.
Damon Shackerfoot Patterson. He's from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Big Slam.
I can call him Big Slim. Okay. Then there's Damon Patterson. We call him Big Slim.
Okay, I'm rolling.
Thanks, everybody. We're right now in Maui, in the great tourist spot of the world. My name is alias Sherlock Holmes, and greetings from all of above Maui. I'm from Muggy, and I'm with the team this year. I missed a boat last year because of Prop 48 rule, but I'm happy to be with the team this year, and we're gonna be all right. We play tomorrow, so you know how it is. We play Ohio State, and we just hope we play a good game tomorrow and all the good things like that.
Sherlock, he's an exciting player also. He's from Okmulgee High School. He was a Proposition 48 casualty last year, but he's returning this year for his first year also. We expect big things out of him too. I think he adds the team with a little bit of excitement. He's young legs, very exciting player.
Kermit the Sherlock Frog Holmes. You ain't taping that, are you? Oh. Kermit Holmes, alias Sherlock Holmes.
The great one.
The great one. From Okmulgee. All you Okmulgee people out there, he's from Okmulgee. Played at Okmulgee High. They won a state championship with number 25, the Holmes man.
My name is Roland Ware, and I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, and I play forward for the Oklahoma Sooners.
We rated him the best dunker on the team.
You ready? Tell me you ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. I want to talk about Roland Ware. A great player from Memphis State with tremendous jumping ability. A great leaper. Blocks shots, run the floor well. I think by the time Roland become a junior, that he
I don't know nothing about. I don't know anything about Roland. He just liked to dance all the time. I know that.
Okay. You remember your name? Where are you from? Okay.
I'm just smart. Hi, I'm Ski. I'm from Dallas, Texas. I play ball at Millen Junior College along with Mookie and hi, I'm Skeet.
Hold on, Andre. Get out of the back of the picture. Playing with your stomach. Okay.
Hi, I'm Skeet. I'm from Dallas, Texas, and I'm a transfer from Millen Junior College, and I enjoy playing for the University of Oklahoma. Thank you.
Skinny Minnie from, where's Skinny Minnie from anyway?
I think he got to get his head together a little more, you know. Talk too much. Talk a lot of trash, you know.
And now, I like to say something about Skeeter Henry. He plays with closeness, close up. He plays his man real close on defense. That's why he has a starting position right now.
Skeeter, the stick man, Henry, from D-Town, Big D. He plays good defense.
The Billy Tubbs Show. Brought to you in part by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Towwater, lawyers. And by Oklahoma Tank Lines. And now, the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners, Billy Tubbs, with your host, Sportsline 9's Bill Teakins.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Billy Tubbs Show. It's been a few weeks since our last program, and since that time, Oklahoma has run off 10 consecutive victories, despite a couple of serious injuries. So, Coach, I know coaches are never really happy, but you got to be somewhat pleased.
You're always pleased, Bill, when you win in 10 in a row. We just need to extend that win streak. And it's been a great little session since we've been away from the TV people.
Well, we got a lot of basketball to take a look at, so let's go right to the highlights. First of all, SMU came to Lloyd Noble in Norman, and it was another great win for the Sooners, 104-87, a new coach at SMU.
Tell you what, SMU has a good ball club, and we've run against a lot of good guard play this year. That's Mookie Blaylock making a nice layup off of the steal. Another nice pass to Stacy. SMU had a good ball club and very good guard play. I don't know what that little routine was going on right there.
Pat,
Terrence Mullins for three, misses the shot. Andre Wiley with the follow-up. Andre's doing a good job for us on the offensive board. Mookie Blaylock with another three.
Mookie had 30 points, 4 rebounds in that game. Again, Oklahoma won that one 104-87, and Mookie is really playing well. Then it was on to New Mexico in the pit, where the Sooners escaped with a 196 victory, and that was a tough game. It's always tough to play on the road.
Well, they have a tremendous crowd there, Bill. About 18,000 people, and New Mexico's a fine basketball team. They were picked to win the WAC conference. Now, we're in the red uniforms on this one. That's Tyrone Jones with a three-pointer. And this has got to be a play right before halftime or something. Stacey King with the jumper. No, I think we end down to the ball going out of bounds.
This one went right down to the wire, Coach.
It was an outstanding game, and it was not settled till about the 6-second mark right there where Mookie Blaylock comes up with a big steal. But anytime you get a win against a good ball club in an atmosphere like that, hopefully it prepares you for conference.
Stacy, 24 points, 12 rebounds in that one, and you have the conference coming up. So, as you said, the playing at a place like the Pit and coming away with a victory is a big, big win.
Well, it's not. The Pit is not twice as personal as some of the arenas we're playing in our league, but it was an outstanding crowd.
And then it was Oral Roberts University coming to Norman. Let's take a look at some of the highlights there. If you liked offense, you love this one, 152-122.
Oral Roberts made a vast step in their program. They improved team. And it was an exciting basketball game. Mookie Blaylock with another layup off the fast break. Michael Bell inbounding the ball, and what a dunk.
87 points and a half, 152-122. The final, William Davis had 20 points, 9 rebounds in that one. And A lot of people doing a lot of great jobs for the Sooners as they progress through the schedule. Now, Loyola Marymount in town, and this was almost like a championship game, Coach.
Oh, there was a lot of electricity in the air because they're an outstanding team and they can score a lot of points. We're starting the highlights with Mookie on a layup just about every time. But this was a fast-paced game. A nice pass by William Davis in the Stacy King for the layup. But, this is one of the few occasions, turnaround jump shot by William Davis, that we felt like, we couldn't get our average and still win the game, because normally if we get our average and the other team gets their average, we're going to win. But they came in averaging about 120 a game. There's Tyrone with a nice pull-up jump shot. He had an outstanding game.
And you held them to 103. 136-103 was the final.
It was a great game.
33 points. That was fun.
Oh, yes, it was.
Well, we've got a lot more basketball to talk about, including the all-college tournament. When we come back, so stay with us.
I'd like to talk to you.
Next on the schedule for the Sooners was Southern Utah State, and Coach, this is a very tough schedule this year, but that was one game you probably figured you were going to win.
That would be classified as a confidence builder. we had two of those on our schedule, that's it.
Well, that turned out to be a 132-64 final score. Let's look at some highlights of that, and obviously you guys were in control all the way in that one.
We had this one all the way, and I think we jumped off about 12-0 lead. There's, again, Mookie with another breakaway layup. Going from Tony Martin back out to Mookie Blaylock for a three, and it's like Tony Martin there with the little jumper that he's missing, and Stacy's going back up and putting it in. So we're off the 22-6 lead, and it really cruised right on through this without any problem. There's Terrence Mullins with the three. In fact, in this particular game, we had quite a few threes.
And it's on to Arkansas Little Rock. Mike Newell, your former assistant, and here we go again. Oklahoma 115-96, the final in this one.
I'll tell you, Mike's done a good job there, and they have a good team. Their big guys, as you can see right there, really challenged our guys pretty good. That was Stacy on a nice power play. And they've made a lot of progress, and this was a tougher game probably than the score indicates. Terrence Mullins again from outside. Terrence had a nice game in that.
Doing a good job, 18 points, 3 rebounds in that game, and you've got to have so many players that have played big parts already.
I think we've had 10 players in double figures this year. That's pretty nice. It gives us a little depth on our bench. What did you see with this money? Well, Coach, I see it wrong. It looks strong all the way to me with that line.
Then it's on to the all-college tournament, and of course, the big guy, Stacy King, out with a broken finger, but yet, again, you have people come in to do the job.
I'll tell you what, Michael Bell and Tony Martin started at the inside positions for us, and they both had great tournaments. Michael Bell was really outstanding in this game. I liked his 8 block shots in the first game against Texas A&M.
That's something. He had 15 points, 6 rebounds, 8 block shots. And you've said all along he's got tremendous potential, but he's starting to display some of that now.
He really is, and I see a bigger role on our team for Michael Bell as we go on down the stretch. We need his defensive ability in there.
128-80 was the final, and then it was the championship game of the all-college with Oklahoma and Texas. And Texas, one of the teams that greatly improved from a year ago, but you guys took care of them, 124-95.
Okay, another good set of guards that we went against in the Texas game, and we got off to a tremendous start here. That's Michael Bell with an outstanding dunk. Andre Wiley's dunk was nice, but I like this one, Mike Bell's, because he was fouled. Tony Martin's off to a good start there, and we had a nice run on Texas to start the ball game and got it in control, and then took a vacation about the last 10 minutes. Tyrone Jones for a dunk. Coach Tom Penders, the Texas Longhorns right there. Tom's doing a real good job with him. Tony Martin for a dunk. I think we had something like 6 dunks in the first 10 minutes of the Texas game because it's a running game.
The amazing thing was Texas came in with a very good record, but I don't think they had played anybody, obviously, as tough as you guys, but this was a tough tournament.
Well, a lot of people hadn't played anybody as tough as us, but no, it was a very good tournament. The people in the All Sports Association do a great job. There's Mike Bell accepting the Mr. Hustle Award. He also made the all-tournament team, I believe.
And Mookie, of course, was the player of the tournament, had 24 points in that final game. So you had to be feeling pretty good the way the team had responded with the injuries and the guys that came through.
Well, I thought we did a great job considering that we lost Stacey King and then turned around and lost William Davis for us. In fact, William Davis is still out, and I don't think he'll be ready for the Nebraska game, maybe not the Pittsburgh game. But hopefully that's the kind of team we have, that somebody's willing to step in there and take up the slack. And Michael Bell certainly did that, and Tony Martin did a great job for us in the absence of Stacey King.
And it's great to see those guys come through when needed. It's got to be a big boost for those guys. When we come back, our question of the week for Coach Tubbs, plus a look at one of the most popular Sooners when we come back. Now we're up to what happened this past week in Oklahoma basketball as we continue with the Billy Tubbs Show, and it was Sam Houston State, the other school we were talking about, Coach, is one of those you could breathe easy on.
Well, they're a well-coached team, and they did a good job against us, but it was an easy win for us, Bill, and we knew after that game that was the last of the, what you would call mid-majors, and it's time to get ready for conference play.
111-66 was the final score, and as we take a look at the highlights, it turned out to be the Tony Martin show.
Tony Martin had a super game, not only 40 points, but 17 rebounds, and 16 of them defensive rebounds.
That's amazing.
He was on fire. Everything he was shooting was going in, and he's taking good shots and really taking it to the basket, and I was really proud of Tony in that game.
Again, 40 points, 17 rebounds. That was the most points he'd ever scored, even taking into account his high school career. So he had a big one. And then, of course, Saturday, national television and UNC Charlotte.
UNC Charlotte had a good team, and that was Stacey King making a layup, and as people can see, he has a bandaged up index finger on his left hand, so it was returned to action for Stacey. Charlotte's guard play was super. The guards were actually a little better than I thought they were, and we thought they were good coming in. That's Andre Wiley. He had 29 points for us. Had a good game.
Well, you guys, it's just amazing to me to look at the statistics at the end of the game, and you have Andre Wiley, 29 points, 9 rebounds. Stacey King does not start, but comes in, gets 25 points, 17 rebounds. Guys are just doing everything you could ask.
We have about 10 or 11 guys, Bill, that I feel real comfortable with, and keep in mind William Davis is still out. That's the guy that would have been in there he had his injuries taken care of. So I like our situation. I like our depth right now.
I know it's hard to figure out and predict what's going to happen, but with Davis, any idea when he'll be able to return?
I hope by the Pittsburgh game on Sunday. I don't see him being in the Nebraska game, but he has a foot injury that is not healing properly, and he's out longer than we thought he would be.
And, of course, the Big 8 season begins on Monday for the Sooners. We'll talk more about that in a moment. You know, one of the toughest roles for any player is that of sitting on the bench. Some adapt to that pretty well and some don't, but Stacey King tells us about one Sooner who has turned into a hero but still spends most of his time on the bench.
When you're at an OU game and the fans start going wild with the shots of you know they're hollering for one of the favorites on the Sooner basketball squad, redshirt sophomore Jason Krasinski of Bartlesville. Those shots usually come when OU has a big lead, but even sitting on the bench doesn't bother Jason too much.
That really makes me feel good. Really, it's kind of weird. You know, when I was in the city, usually the students is what starts the chant. You know, when we're here in Norman, and we go to the city, and over Christmas break, there's not too many students there. And to hear how everyone's yelling for me, like when we walked in the second night, everyone was, you know, yelling my name and everything, and that's something that, you know, is like a dream I never thought would ever happen, and I'd be known like I am compared to my first year when no one really knew who I was at all.
Jason came to Norman as a pretty good high school player, but he admits matching up with some of the other Sooners has been tough.
It was kind of an adjustment. I really thought about it a lot, especially when I first got here, and really last year is when I really got to realize this, that, you know, this is one of the top programs in the country with the top players, and I just don't measure up with the guys that are here, and, you know, and I realize that, and just do the best I can, working hard, and just doing the best as I can, because I realize that there's guys that are a lot better than me and have more ability, and so, you know, I set my role as a
Still, Jason Krasinski is a valuable part of this team. For the Billy Tubbs Show, I'm Stacey King.
One of our features here on the Billy Tubbs Show every week will be our question of the week for the coach, and going to try and educate and clarify some things for some new novice fans. And joining us is Ben Lampkin. And Ben, what are we going to talk about today?
We're going to talk about free throws today, Billy. When do you get 2 free throws, and when do you get a 1-and-1? And then, if we have time, since you're one of the leading experts on technical fouls and free throws, we'd like to talk a little bit about that.
Well, I'll tell you what the rulings are, Ben. The officials don't always agree with me on these, but we'll talk about when you're awarded a 1-and-1, when you're awarded a 2-shot foul. Of course, 2-shot foul is awarded when you're in the act of shooting. If fouled in the act of shooting, you don't make the shot, you're going to get 2 free throws. If you're fouled in the act of shooting and you make the shot, you're going to get 1 free throw. If you're fouled in the act of, say, dribbling the ball, or passing the ball, whatever, that's called just a common foul. And if your team is in the 1-and-1 situation, then you would shoot a 1-and-1. A 1-and-1 means that if you make the first shot, you get an opportunity for a try for another free throw, so you could possibly make 2 free throws. If you miss your first shot, you don't get that second opportunity. And then there is what we call a player control foul, which is when the offensive player is in control of the ball and he fouls an opponent, there are no free throws.
And we've also got, I think, Ben, some video to show you exactly what it is, Coach, that you were just talking about, and we can kind of explain as we watch, okay? Let's take a look at some of the videotape here, and here's what you were talking about earlier.
This is Andre Wiley fouled in the act of shooting. He misses the shot, he goes to the free throw line and gets 2 free throws, and attempts to make up for being fouled on the shot.
And
I
of
think
course,
one, go ahead.
if he would have made that, there would have been a 1-shot.
It would have been a 1-shot foul. Now, this is Jason coming down the floor, and he's fouled, and it's a late game situation, so we're in a 1-and-1. And on this particular occasion, if I remember right, Jason went to the free throw line and made the first front end, as we call it, at a 1-and-1, then made the second shot, so he got two points out of the play. This is called a charging foul right here. Moosey's feet are on the floor, the guy runs into him. There will be no free throws awarded on that foul, regardless of whether we're in the 1-and-1 situation or not. Might explain what we mean by 1-and-1. A 1-and-1 is awarded, or you're in the penalty free throw situation on the 7th foul of the half, the 7th team foul. On the first 6 team fouls of the half, no free throws are awarded unless it's in the act of shooting.
Now, there's also an intentional foul, isn't there, that is something different?
That's a good point, Ben. Late in the game, an intentional foul, you award 2 free throws, and the team that is fouled gets the ball out of bounds. That's a call that is most often missed by the referee.
Gentlemen, we appreciate it. Ben, thank you. We'll see you again next week. Now, we want to get the fans involved in this, too. So if you have a question, we're going to put the address on the screen for you, and we'll take a look at exactly what the address is. And the good thing is, if we use your question, you'll receive the Casio Color TV 400 with 2-inch screen and built-in speaker. Here's the address, the Billy Tubbs Show, Question of the Week, P.O. Box 14159. And again, that's the Casio TV 400. So we invite you to send in, and we'll be able to get your question on the air for Coach Tubbs. And also, this show will continue with Billy's Top 10, that when we come back. Welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show, and Coach, we have a special musical piece today.
We scored over 100 points in 9 straight games, Bill, going into the Charlotte game yesterday, and Heather Messer from our OU athletic department took some of these shots for red-hot music. So let's go with it and see what Heather's playing.
You take my nerves and you rattle my brain. Too much love drives a man insane. You broke my will, but what a thrill. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I let you love, thought it was funny. You came along and honey, I changed my mind. The blood is fire. Great balls of fire. Give it to me, baby. Feels good. Oh, baby.
makes me want to suit up and go. Fortunately, we don't have any more eligibility left.
Fortunately, Bill.
Coach, we were talking about your top 10 earlier, and let's take a look at it. You got some interesting choices.
Well, I threw away the records and just tried to figure out who might be the top 10 basketball teams in the United States right now playing quality basketball. Keep in mind, too, that the OU Sooners are never included in my top 10. I'll let somebody else decide whether we belong there or not, but let's roll the top 10. I think the University of Illinois is the best team in the nation right now. They're an outstanding club, and they're undefeated. Louisville lost early in the season, but they're on a run right now and probably the second-best team. Duke, I have dropped them to number 3. I'm not convinced how good they are. Michigan, I'm still high on Michigan, although they lost to Alaska, Anchorage. Missouri, watch out. They're a good ball club. Let's go to the next 5 right now. Number 6, UNLV, who we're going to see later on. Number 7, another team from the Big 8 Conference. Kansas is an outstanding basketball team. Number 8, the University of Iowa, which beat North Carolina at North Carolina. That proves you worthy right there. Florida State, you're not hearing a lot about them, but a very good team. Number 10 is Syracuse.
Coach, that looks like an interesting top 10. And
it won't exactly be the same one you'll see in the paper on Monday and Tuesday.
Well, we're getting into the nitty-gritty of the schedule. Oklahoma will play Monday night at Lincoln, Nebraska in the Big 8 opener, and then Pittsburgh a week from Sunday. For Coach Billy Tubbs, I'm Bill Teagan. See you next week in the Billy Tubbs Show.
The Billy Tubbs Show has been brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Towwater, lawyers, and by Oklahoma Line. Billy Tubbs wardrobe provided by Harry Holsh's Clothing of Norman. Billy Tubbs Show. Brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Towwater. And in part by Oklahoma Line. And now, the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners, Billy Tubbs, with your host, Sportsline 9's Bill Teagan.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Billy Tubbs Show. Another interesting week for the Sooners in that in and out of Big 8 Conference play, Coach. You have Colorado Wednesday, and then you travel to Las Vegas. Is that difficult at this time of the year?
Well, it's tough when you get out of conference play, Bill, because you get so excited about conference play, and there's really something on the line for the conference championship, and you step out of conference play, and it's tougher to play. I thought Pittsburgh was a tough game for us. We weren't excited about playing, but there's just something about our rivalry with Vegas that I think there will be some electricity in the air, and I think we'll be excited about playing them. You hate to go on the road, especially once conference is started.
Let's take a look at Colorado's highlights from Wednesday night. And, Coach, you got a lot of good scoring. You said you didn't play all that well, and I guess that shows you the standards OU has now because it was a 122-86 ball game.
Well, we were kind of sluggish in the first half, Bill. That was Tony Martin with the nice basket, and we got off to a decent start, but then we kind of sagged a little bit going in, and nice play by Skeeter Henry, a tip in off of a rare Mookie Blaylock miss. Great play by Terrence Mullins off of our press. He read the pass really well, stepped right in there, and looked like the guy was passing to him for a layup. Steal by Blaylock and an easy layup. I like that. It seemed like all of our highlights featured Mookie on a steal and going for 2.
Well, your press really did the job last night.
Well, they really came out with the idea of playing a very conservative, slow-down game, and our press speeds up the game, and we got it at our tempo, and I think that's one things went our way in the second half.
How about that shot? It's hard to defend that.
Hey, you know, there's some things that you just can't do anything about, and that particular shot was one of them. There's Coach Miller from Colorado. Here we go in the second half. Stacey King taking baseline. Stacey got off to a slow start, but came in strong in the second half. Stacey King again under the basket with a nice move.
He had
And
26
then
points.
26 points and 13 bounds, which I like. Another steal by Mookie. This particular point in the game, we'd really started breaking the game open because it got a little tight there at one time. Turn around by Stacey. And then we're always getting in the press right after that. Another steal by Mookie and a layup. It makes the shooting percentage go up, and we're always looking better when we hit those nine. Who is that?
Kermit Holmes.
All the big Kermits in there hit one in, missed the shot, and then tipped it. Here we are on the way off the floor after the game.
122-86, the final. The Sooners win it.
It's a good win for us. We need to be able to win games like this when these nine's not on. But a nine ought to be there from here on in. We don't have another one of these. So we had some good things going for us tonight. We had one guy make 14 out of 16 free throws, which is over 75%. And Tony got 14 and 16, and we did some things pretty good. We shot the ball pretty good, and get over it. See you tomorrow. Get some rest. Work darn night. See you tomorrow.
Well, Tony Martin, you mentioned 14 of 16 free throws, coach 26 points and 11 rebounds. He had a great game.
He had a nice game, and he's getting a lot more confidence now, Bill, and we're getting more confidence in Tony, and I think he's going to just get stronger as the year goes on.
You touched on the fact that maybe you guys were overlooking them a little bit to Vegas, and I think that's only understandable. That must be a tough situation to be in.
You know, I kind of read that into the way I was thinking because I know the morning of the Colorado game we were looking at tape of the Vegas games because we have to play them so quickly after Colorado. And Vegas is a good team. You have to get excited about playing them, and maybe that kind of came to mind. And Colorado is a tough team to prepare for.
William Davis got in the game some Wednesday night. Damon Patterson, are those guys pretty much healthy now?
They're healthy, Bill, but it's going to take a little while to get them back in shape and get their timing back. That's the real key. When everybody else is playing and you're sitting down, you lose some things, and it's just going to take a little time to get them back. But their injuries, per se, I think it's okay.
Well, again, 122-86 was the final, and when we come back, it is on to Las Vegas, and the Billy Tubbs Show continues. And on Saturday for the Sooners, it was on to Las Vegas, and Coach, do you let these guys have some fun, or do you take it pretty seriously out there?
We take it very serious when we go on the road any place. Of course, Vegas is a nice trip because it's something new to see. It's a little more interesting, and we want the guys to enjoy it. But always when we go on the road, whether it's Vegas or Maui or wherever, our business is the game, and we take care of that first and foremost.
You have had some nice trips, though, for the Sooners this year. I would think a lot of that has to do to help you out in recruiting down the stretch.
It really does, Bill. The trips to Maui, going to Vegas, Alaska. We played all over the world since I've been at Oklahoma in basketball, and we stay at first-class places. We put on a good show, and we expect first-class conduct and response.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights from Oklahoma, Nevada, Las Vegas.
The Sooners went to Stacey King early and often Saturday against the running Rebels. Skeeter Henry inside to King for the turnaround jumper. Oklahoma quickly found out that King was hot and the Sooners could get the ball inside. Tony Martin's alley-oop pass to King for 2 more. Things weren't all rosy, though. These two teams have quickly developed one of the most exciting rivalries in the game. Oklahoma on the steal. King to Blaylock down court. And Mookie with the finger roll for the Sooners. The Rebels came right back. Anderson Hunt, a freshman, with the drive in the bucket. The lead changed hands 8 times during the game. King again, this time on a pass from Terrence Mullins, and Jerry Tarkanian can't bear to watch. William Davis, off the injured list, canned a three-pointer as time expired at halftime. And the Sooners went into the locker room with a 51-47 lead at intermission. The second half was just like the first. The game was tied 10 times, and it was back and forth and up and down court in a hurry. Rossum for the Rebels, and the bucket gave them the lead. Mookie Blaylock finished with 23 points and nailed a three-pointer for Oklahoma. Tony Martin scored just 2 points, but had a game-high 11 rebounds for the Sooners. As Mike Tyson and Don King watched, Tyrone Jones had one of the biggest plays of the game with the drive, the basket, and he drew the foul as well. Stacey King finished with a career-high 48 points and hit 14 of 19 free throws. But then it looked like disaster for Oklahoma. The Sooners lost the ball with 10 seconds to go and up by just 2 points. But Blaylock saved the day with a steal, and the Sooners escaped with a 90-88 victory.
Is it not true? You can win a ball game right there. You can beat anybody in this nation. You can win.
And after the victory, a surprise visit. And when we come back, we'll talk with one of Coach's assistants, Mike Anderson, when the Billy Tubb Show continues.
Bill, in a program like ours, there are a lot of key people. And some of the real key people are our assistant coaches. Today, Stacey King has a special, and one of our assistant coaches, Mike Anderson.
Mike Anderson is one of 3 full-time assistants on Coach Billy Tubb's staff. Each coach has certain responsibilities. One of the key elements of Mike Anderson's job is scouting.
Part of my job is coordinating most of the scouting is to make sure that we have those tapes available so that we can watch different games of our opponents. And in basketball, it's not like it is in football where you have a film agreement where you swap out films and trade films. In basketball, you have to go out and swindle, cheat, or whatever you can do to get a film on a guy on a team.
As a matter of fact, Anderson probably spends more time watching tape of OU's opponents than he does watching the Sooners. Once the game starts, he checks the opponents, seeing if they are doing anything different than when he scouted them.
When we're playing at home, primarily we're going to look and see what people are doing against our press, because that's the way we dictate the tempo, and usually that's the way we dictate the outcome of the game is by how our press is going. So I'm going to watch their offense against the press. If they change something, then we can make adjustments. I'll take notes during the course of the game. Coach Tubbs may say something that he wants to bring up to the team at halftime, and I'll write it down. Or I might see something, or Coach Cohen or Coach Mims might see something that we need to remember.
Anderson is also in charge of keeping an eye on the players, making sure they attend classes. And he got a special thrill when several former players came back to school.
I see guys right now, like, for instance, we've got Tim McAllister and Steve Kennedy, Chuck Watson, Ricky Grace, and Dave Seeger, all back in school, all former players that are back in school right now, and they will earn their degree this spring or this summer. There's 5 guys right there that have all come back, and they're all going to get their degrees and go on and lead hopefully productive lives, and that's important to me. I was tickled to death to see those guys come back and pursue their degrees.
As for the future, Mike Anderson is like most assistant coaches. He wants the opportunity to run his own program, but he knows it'll take time.
My goals are to be a head coach on the Division I level. I don't know. There's different ways of going about that, and I don't know which way is the best way to do it. I told myself a long time ago I was going to be patient, and I was going to make the right decision when the time came. I wasn't going to take a job just because I could go out and maybe make more money doing it. I want to take the right job, and I think being at the University of Oklahoma under Coach Tubbs can't do anything but help me. But right now, I'm doing what every coach likes to do, and that's teach and watch basketball and coach basketball, and I'm very happy doing it.
For the Billy Tubbs Show, I'm Stacey King.
Good report, Stacey. Mike does an outstanding job for us, and as all of our assistants do, Jim Kerwin and Mike Mims, and we're going to have some specials on Jim and Mike, so they do a good job.
And Coach Anderson's been with you, what we say, 8 years now?
Yep, he's in his 9th year. He's the only guy that survived the whole time.
Okay, it's time now for our Lampton, McCaffrey, and Powwater question of the week, and joining us now is George McCaffrey. And George, what are we going to talk about today?
Well, the question of the week, Billy, is that in your long and illustrious career at OU of some 9 years, how many of your ball players have gone on to play professional ball?
Well, that's a nice question, and that'll update some of our fans on what's happened to some of our players. Of course, we have 2 guys that pops in mind when you talk about professional basketball, and probably the foremost is Wayman Tisdale. He had an illustrious career with the Oklahoma Sooners, and he's doing a great job for the Indiana Pacers in the NBA right now. I still remember that dunk right there. And Wayman did a great job for us and holds the all-time scoring record at the University of Oklahoma and several other records. But as most people know, Wayman Tisdale's with Indiana Pacers in the NBA. That, I think, is a shot of Wayman breaking the all-time scoring record. Now, there's a young man that everyone should remember, Harvey Grant. Harvey's right now with the Washington Bullets in the NBA, his first year. He's doing a good job for him. He's had a couple of injuries, and he's coming off the bench for him, but I expect to see Harvey do an outstanding job. Those are the two guys that have really made some kind of an impact on the NBA. We've had several other young men that have played professional basketball, but those are the only two guys in the NBA. Some other guys that have played in professional basketball in the various leagues, Charles Big Time Jones has had a nice career in Europe, playing in the International League, the CBA. We've had Anthony Bowie, who is now in the CBA and doing a good job. Chucky Barnett, Ricky Grace, David Johnson, and Steve Kennedy have all played in the CBA. David Little, Tim McAllister, Bo Overton, and Calvin Pierce, all those guys have had a professional career, but not on the NBA level. What I'm really delighted about right now, George, is the fact that some of those guys are back finishing their degree, like Tim McAllister, Steve Kennedy, Ricky Grace, Chuck Watson. Them getting their degree hopefully this spring will be a big feather in our cap.
Gentlemen, we appreciate it. George, thanks for coming out. And we'd like to get you all involved in this, and we've been getting all kinds of letters, and we appreciate it. Here's the address if you'd like to send the Billy Tubbs Show. It's Question of the Week, P.O. Box 14159 in Oklahoma City, or zip is 73113. And if we use your question, you'll receive a Casio 400 pocket color television. And our winner this week, Elroy Allen of Langston. And when we come back, it's back to the Big Eight when the Billy Tubbs Show continues. Welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show, and Coach, you're kind of at that interesting part of the schedule right now. You've got a lot of tough competition to go. You've been through a lot. How do you think your team's playing right now?
Bill, you know, coaches are never satisfied with the way you're playing. I think we're doing a good job, but I still think that we have room for improvement, and I think our guys will play better and better on down the stretch. But, you know, with this week coming up, we're at the end of our real tough part of our schedule where we had 6 out of 8 games on the road. And now we're coming into a more favorable part of our schedule after we get through with Kansas State and Oklahoma State. We come back with 6 out of 9 games at home. We're playing some really good teams. How many teams in the nation are playing back-to-back games against number 5 Missouri and number 6 Arizona? So our team's doing all right, but we're going to need to do better as time goes on.
Are there some specific areas that you can fill us in on that maybe you're not disappointed but would like to see improvement in?
Well, always rebounding is a factor. You have to rebound well. You have to shoot the ball good. You know, when we're shooting 65%, we're looking real good. If you shoot 35%, you're not looking good at all. So there's always areas of the game that you need improving on. But I like our team's attitude. We're going to stay tough. We're going to play hard, and that's the only way we're going to improve. And we have to improve some more to get where we want to go.
Your team has overcome some adversity with injury situations, and you've been in tough situations on the road, and outside of Pittsburgh played very well. So at least you feel that I'm sure these guys can overcome some of those things.
Well, we really can, and I don't think that our team has peaked by any stretch of the imagination because we need to work the William Davises and the Damon Pattersons back into the lineup and get their confidence back and our confidence in them. So we're still a building team this year, but I tell you, building time's about over because when we hit February, it's time to put up or shut up.
It's crunch time, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
OU's win over Colorado provided the usual Sooner thrills, and Heather Messer of the OU Athletic Department captured some of those.
a great piece of work by Heather Messer. She does an outstanding job, and she's going to be one of the key people in the future TV market.
And there you go. She does a great job. You're right. Coach, this week it's on to all Big 8, as we've mentioned. Wednesday at Kansas State, a new arena there, more fans, and they're pretty rabid basketball people up there.
Well, it's going to be an outstanding challenge for us again, because now we're back into Big 8 play, and the only time we venture outside of Big 8 play is against Arizona here. I don't mind venturing out when it's in Norman, but we know it's going to be a tough game. They're always well prepared and well coached, and it's a very key game and a very key week for us, Bill, because back in Big 8 play, now these things are counting in the conference standings.
Saturday, then it's on to Oklahoma State and Gallagher-Iba Arena. You know, the fans get all excited about that. How do you approach that, you and your team?
Well, Bill, really, the fans get excited about wherever we play. When we go to Vegas or where it's Lincoln, Nebraska, the fans really seem to be up to play us, and the teams seem to be up because it means it's a special game, I guess. But we approach it just like any other game. Leonard has his team playing well. They're doing a great job. They have some outstanding talent. It's always a tough game over there, but, you know, we've had some good things happen to us over there, and we've lost a few. So it's going to be another outstanding week, and two tough games that are really very important.
Well, it should be a good week for the Sooners, an exciting one. We thank you for being with us. For Coach Tubbs, I'm Bill Teagan. See you next week on the Billy Tubbs Show.
The Billy Tubbs Show has been brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Carwater, and in part by Oklahoma Tank Line. Billy Tubbs Wardrobe furnished by Harry Holshers of Norman. Classic clothing for men and women. Billy Tubbs Show. Brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Carwater, and in part by Oklahoma Tank Line. And now, the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners, Billy Tubbs, with your host, Sportsline 9's Bill Teagan.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Billy Tubbs Show. And, Coach, it was kind of an emotional roller coaster week for you, on top of the polls and then the tough loss later in the week. But it was an interesting week, to say the least.
Well, it was another big challenge out there, Bill. It seems like every week and every game the challenges get tougher this year. And it was an up-and-down week, and it's always tough when you lose that last game of the week. If I was going to pick a loss, I'd rather lose on Wednesday and win on Saturday because it makes the weekend a little bit nicer. But it was a very, very challenging weekend for us. I said that when we came off of this road trip, meaning 6 out of 8 games on the road, that if we had our sanity at the end of that we have a chance to regroup and be good and tough down the stretch. I still think we have our sanity.
We really haven't had a chance to talk about the fact that the Sooners #1 in the polls, and it's not going to last long, obviously, after the loss, but that must have been a special thrill, and obviously you have a chance to come back and do some things right away.
Well, it was special to us because it's been a goal in our program, not only to get there, but I think our goal now is to get there and stay there. And we had a great opportunity that we faltered on, and, you know, we do have a chance to get it back, but I think that was a special thing for us for about one day, and then we had to get back to business with the games. But it does mean that we met another goal at Oklahoma. Hopefully, if and when that happens to us again, we'll do a better job of handling it. Although I'm proud of the way our guys played this week. I'm proud of them, and I'm proud of what we're doing at Oklahoma. Even though we lose occasionally, I still like what we're doing, and I still have confidence in our team and our
go to Blaylock. What are your favorite plays, Coach?
Always seems like we start out the highlights like that. That was a great pass by Stacey King.
William Davis, it's nice to have him back. 12 points in the victory over K-State.
You know, William is tough in a game like that because it was a very physical game at Kansas State.
I know you like Henson. He's one of the best and had 17 points.
You know, I like his attitude. I think he's an outstanding player and a good point guard.
It seems like we've been talking all year. Somebody comes up and does the job when King and Blaylock, if they ever falter. Davis had a good game. Mullins on those three-point bombs.
6 for 9 for Terrence Mullins, and the last one he hit was really a key back.
T. Humphrey, one of the up-and-coming players in the Big 8, 21 points, and Michael Bell has come off the bench, Coach. He's used him for a few minutes in a game and really come up with some big plays.
Michael Bell probably should be in there more than he's in there, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him in more as the season goes along.
Late in the first half, Stacey King hits the jumper. Oklahoma was up 44-42 at halftime, and second half, here we come again with Mookie's specialty.
That was a great steal right there, and anytime you get a steal from that young man, Henson, you've done a really great job.
Stacey, as usual, putting the points on the board. Nice turnaround, 27 points. Henson's fadeaway jumper coming up here, though, put Kansas State in the lead, Coach.
He's tough to guard, and he does a great job. He's a clutch player.
Now, this is the kind of play that will turn your hair gray, isn't it? Tony Martin, watch this.
I want our people to remember that play when they see some plays in the Oklahoma State game. That was a foul on us, by the way.
Terrence Mullins, there's the shot you were talking about.
That's probably the biggest play of the game right there. All plays are big, but that took us from 1 down to 2 up, and then Tyrone Jones pushed us 5 up with that, and we won the ball game. It was an outstanding win. Ronnie Kruger does a great job, and K-State's always tough.
Terrence Mullins, our hero of the game, 21 points and hit 6 of those three-pointers, 7 assists, and as we said, it seems like every day somebody else picks up the slack, and Terrence had a great game against
He really did, and we think back to the Nebraska game on the road. We had such an outstanding game, and that's what makes us a team. We have different people doing on different days.
You feel pretty good after that game, pretty much overall performance of your team?
I thought we made a step in the right direction because we had been surviving some close games, and that one I thought that we won that one in the last 3 minutes because we never gave them an opportunity to come back and win it in the last minute. Vegas and some of those, they had a chance to tie or get the win late in the game, and they didn't. That's called a survive. This is called a win. I felt good about our team after that game because it's a tough place to play.
It sure is, and again, 90-82 is the final, and when we come back, it's Bedlam basketball when the Billy Tubbs Show continues. And welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show. On Saturday, it was on to Oklahoma State, and Coach, your feelings going into that ball game?
Well, another tough challenge, as we said. Every game just seems to get bigger and a tougher challenge. And Oklahoma State with an outstanding front line, we knew that we were in for a tough battle over there because it's always a tough game. And our guys, I thought, did a pretty good job, but Oklahoma State did an outstanding job.
Well, it was a very physical basketball game, as we will show you. Let's take a look at the highlights. And, of course, the final score was 77-73 OSU. Stacey got the ball, and every time he did, Coach, there were 2 or 3 guys right on him.
Yeah, and I think he could have gone to the free throw line a few more times, but I thought he did a good job. It was a tough physical game.
There's Mookie again.
Mookie again. Always seems to get a couple of those. He needs to start getting 5 or 6.
Okay, take a look at this now. This is one of the fouls called on King early in the ball game.
Stacey had 3 legitimate block shots. You'll see this again. That's nothing but ball. It amazes me that he had 3 of those fouls. I mean, people can judge for themselves on whether that's a foul or not.
Tony Martin, a lot of heart, 22 points. It's the jumper there, and here's Bell again off the baseline pass.
Tell you what, Mike needs to be in there a little bit more. He is one of the finest jumpers in college basketball.
Great hustle here by Mullins. He misses, but there's Mookie again for the follow.
Well, you always need to follow the shot because you never know when a guy's going to miss a layup like that.
Impressive dunk right there, Thomas Jordan.
Tell you what, they had a lot of impressive dunks. They have some pretty impressive people on this team.
5 seconds left in the half. Mookie misses. Tony Martin is right there, though, at the buzzer. At halftime, Oklahoma up 39-35 as we go in at halftime.
Ball, contain that ball, one pass away, we're going to be dropped off. Ready to help inside and recover. Get back fast.
Well, I know, Coach, you like to talk about rebounds. Stacy, 11 of them yesterday.
Yeah, but Oklahoma State did a better job than we did on the board. They out-rebounded by 12 rebounds.
Watch what happens to Terrence Mullins on this play here. Byron Houston is the man with the goggles, Coach.
Terrence is reaching in there. He has nothing but ball. Not a foul, but that's not called for. There's no reason for that in college basketball. There's no reason to let for an official to let something like that go uncut.
Mullins, by the way, got the foul there, believe it or not. Tony Martin steal and slam, and boy, he gives you a lot of heart, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He plays hard, and he had probably the best game of anybody on our team yesterday.
Stacy, 18 points. King called for another foul right here.
Another block. And amazingly, they had 16 blocks.
Here's probably the key play, Coach.
Boy, I tell you what, Royce, no, is that Houston?
Byron Houston.
He made a great play right there, and I thought that was probably his biggest play in the game.
A great rebound, 77-73. We've talked about Tony Martin, 22 points and 7 rebounds, and he's done a good job for you all season on the board.
Oh, he really has, and Tony had 20 points against Oklahoma State, and they have a tough physical front line that did a good job, and to have 20 points in that game was really a nice job.
Obviously, the question now in I guess, fans' mind, and I'm sure you feel that you guys will be able to bounce back. You faced adversity before this season.
Oh, yeah. You know, it was a tough basketball game, and I think you have to give credit where credit is due. Oklahoma State, as I said earlier, blocked something like 15 or 16 shots. They're a very aggressive team, and when you really come down to that particular game, we failed to hit a couple free throws late in the game, and they made the right plays late in the game. So you have to give them credit. They played an outstanding game, and it's tough to lose. It seems like the fewer games you lose, the tougher it is to lose when one comes along. And I know that our players are going to respond, come back and play hard, because it's tough to go all year without a loss. When they happen, you just have to handle them in the proper way and go on about your business.
We'll talk in depth later about your schedule, but I know you feel good about the fact that you're playing again Monday night, try to get the guys right back on the court.
You know, when we lose, I'd rather come back and play that afternoon, or on Saturday, I'd like to come back and play Saturday night. So I am glad that we play on Monday against a very fine Iowa State club. That gives us a chance to get the taste of defeat out of your mouth, so to speak. And then we have a big, big challenge again with Missouri, which would be the number 1 or 2 team in the nation, on Thursday at 6 o'clock. Right. And then against against Arizona on Sunday at noon.
That's going to be a great week. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but when we come back in the Billy Tubbs Show, our question of the week. Sooners have had some great road trips this year to places like Hawaii and Las Vegas, but there are some trips where the players and coaches are gone for just one day. That was the case this past week when the Sooners traveled to Manhattan, Kansas, and here's what it's like for the Sooners on the road.
There are a lot of glamorous things about playing college basketball, but road trips are not always as fun and exciting as the fans might think. There are times when finding things to even do on the road is tough. But the recent trip to Kansas State provided the players with some interesting things like ping pong, video games, miniature golf.
Coach likes us to start, when we get there, to relax and kind of get our minds on the game. And one thing I do is like sit in my room and maybe do some reading or try to get caught up in my schoolwork.
I think we enjoy, our little free time before the game, because, it gives you more time to think about, what can you do tonight, what you need to do to help the team, or, just relax, think about the game.
Being on the road is also a time for hitting the books. Catching up on some studying takes up a lot of the players' time.
I don't only force myself to do it, I have to be motivated. I have to have some kind of motivation and determination to do it. Grades are one thing. I don't want to do bad on the test, so you have to do it. It's kind of hard because my mind is somewhat focused on the game, and I have to concentrate on this aspect. But the game interferes with studying.
Of course, there are things that have to be done when you're on the road, like heading to the arena early just to shoot around and get used to the surroundings, plus taking one last look at game film and videotape. So, of course, the most important thing to the players is the upcoming game.
So we have the game itself to play, and that's really our main purpose for being there, is just the game. So, you know, the game is always on our mind, no matter what we're doing. You know, we playing video games, ping pong, or just socializing with each other. The game is always on our mind.
And it's time now for our Lambton, McCaffrey, and Tidewater question of the week. And joining us this week is Chief Price of Oklahoma Tank Line. Chief?
Billy, our question for the week this week is from Sue and Kenny Knopp. They're from Tuttle, Oklahoma. When we watch or listen to OU basketball, they talk about OU being in a zone defense or that they switch to a man-to-man defense. What is the difference between these two defenses?
Well, Chief, a difference between a man-to-man and a zone is exactly what it says. In a man-to-man defense, your defensive assignment is a opposing player, so to speak. For example, yesterday, Tony Martin would have for his man to guard, say, Byron Houston. Each guy on the floor is assigned a man to guard, so they stay pretty much with that person throughout the play. In a zone defense, you're assigned a zone of the floor to cover, or an area of the floor. So you're not particularly guarding a man, you are taking care of your zone. And that's exactly the difference between a zone and a man-to-man. Why don't I go over here and show you exactly what I'm talking about? Now, let's take a look at these matchups. Right here we have Mookie matched up with his man. We have Tony Martin matched up with his man, one-on-one, and we have Terrence Mullins matched up with his man. Now, over here, we'll have Stacey King matched up one-on-one and Tony matched up down here. Now, here goes the play. Each guy responsible for his man. Stacey gets a hand up. We fail to get the rebound, but Tony gets the rebound off the second shot, and the ball's knocked out of bounds. Now let's talk about the zone defense. Right here we have Mookie Blaylock guarding his zone, his area of the floor. Now we're talking areas. Terrence Mullins in his area. This is a 2-1-2 zone. Damon Patterson covering the middle of the floor right here. This is Tony Martin back here covering his area of the floor from this position all the way back up to the corner. Stacey King from here down to this corner. They're covering their areas right now. Ball's in Stacey's zone. Damon Patterson fronting inside. Tony Martin comes from his zone and makes the deflection, and we push the ball back out on transition. Now, that's basically the difference between the man-to-man and the zone defense.
Well, tell me, Billy, are there any special situations or times when one defense is better to use than the other?
Certainly, Chief, but most teams are marked by playing man-to-man defense, which is our basic defense. But sometimes we'll play in a zone because some teams do not play as well against the zone as they do man-to-man. So you kind of mix these defenses up accordingly to what you need in that situation.
And we appreciate that. Thank you, Chief, for coming by. And we'd like to invite you to send in your question. And we're getting them from all over the state. Here's the address. P.O. Box 14159 in Oklahoma City. The zip is 73113. If we use your question, you'll receive a Casio 400 pocket color television. And again, our thanks to the Knopps from Tuttle, Oklahoma. And when we come back, it is Back Home for the Sooners when the Billy Tubb Show continues. It's been an interesting week, to say the least, for the Oklahoma Sooners. The #1 ranking in both the AP and UPI polls, the victory over Kansas State, and then the game Saturday against Oklahoma State. Our photo essay this week shows some of the emotion of this past week against K-State and OSU.
interesting top 10 to take a look at this week, Coach.
Well, we do, Bill, and the top 10 is really interesting this year because there's a lot of good teams out there this year, but I don't think there is really a dominant team that can just beat anybody on any given day. So it'll be interesting. Let's take a look at our top 10 right now. I go with the Missouri Tigers, and I really think that Missouri will either be 1 or 2 in the poll this year. I'm trying to think a little bit like the people in the AP poll. I have Arizona number 2. That could be reversed when the poll comes out on Monday, but it's going to be similar to that. I still think Louisville is a very good team with their victory over Memphis State last night. They're 3. Still like Michigan. Michigan will probably be down in the 7 or 8 range in the rest of them. Michigan may be the best team in the nation. 5 is Illinois. I hate to put 2 Big Ten teams in there back to back, but I did it anyway because I think they deserve it. Georgetown, still a soft schedule, hasn't played anybody. They'll probably be ranked 1, 2, or 3, but I figure them 6 at best. Florida State lost at home, which dropped them in my poll, but they're number 7. North Carolina lost last week. They're number 8. I moved West Virginia into number 9. And really, Bill, I messed this up. Indiana should have been number 10, and I put Seton Hall. But I think Indiana's probably the 10th best team in the nation. A lot of good teams, but not a totally dominant team out there.
And we touched on it earlier. Boy, what a week you have coming up. Beginning Monday, you're right back on the court. Then you play again Thursday and Sunday, and you got 2 of the top 2 teams, or the top 2 teams in the country coming in.
Well, Monday can't get here any too soon for me because we're looking to go against the fine Iowa State team that's playing much better than they did early in the year. But then we come up with the schedule that not many people are going to be faced with. That's probably playing back-to-back the number 1 and number 2 team in the nation. And I love that because that gives us an opportunity to come back and maybe grab some territory that we've lost and maybe redeem ourselves. And we will probably be the underdog in those games, and that's one of the few times that'll happen to us this year. So it's a big week, it's a challenging week, but we're still very, very excited about it.
Well, we hope you get out and support the Sooners. For Billy Tubbs, I'm Bill Teagan. See you next week on the Billy Tubbs Show.
The Billy Tubbs Show has been brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater, and in part by Oklahoma Tank Line. Billy Tubbs Wardrobe furnished by Harry Holchers of Norman. Classic clothing for men and women. It's the 7th. Billy Tubbs Show. Brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater. And in part by Oklahoma Tank Line. And now, the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners, Billy Tubbs, with your host, Sportsline 9's Bill Teagan.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Billy Tubbs Show. You know, a week ago at this time, we were talking about could the Sooners bounce back from that upset loss to Oklahoma State, and boy, what a difference a week makes, Coach.
Well, it's a lot more fun doing this show with 3 wins than with a 1 win and 1 loss week, but it was a great, great week for us, Bill. We were really challenged, and I was proud of our youngsters for meeting this challenge. We had a great opportunity, and we delivered. We took advantage of it. It was an exciting week, and one thing that really made it exciting was the crowds that we had at Lloyd Noble Arena. 2 record crowds, and they were superb, and I think they spurred us on to victory.
Talk a little bit about the attitude of the team and the guys. After the loss, it's got to be tough to just jump right back in there, but you didn't have any time to worry about it. You had to get right back into the schedule.
Not really. After the loss to Oklahoma State on Saturday, we're going to come back and play on Monday, so we don't have time to feel sorry for ourselves. And I thought our guys responded well. We knew it was going to be a big week, and you can't let things in the past linger in your mind. You got to go on to the present. And I thought we really really responded well.
Iowa State was the first game on Monday, and I think that was about as flat as I've seen the Sooners in a long time.
I can't remember when we were as flat. Everything was flat that night. The crowd, our team, of course, our team sets the pace for the crowd, and when we're not excited, I don't think anybody's going to be excited. We had a very dull first half, but I liked the way that we responded in the second half and set a Big 8 record with 81 points in the second half. So finally things caught on, and we got to moving out there against Iowa State, and then that continued on for the rest of the week.
What do you think causes a team, Billy, to come out like that, knowing that you got to win in that situation, but the team being that flat?
Well, I think there's several things. One, I think we were disappointed in the fact that we had been rated number one, and we lost that opportunity. And then I think it was strange for us to play in Norman, Oklahoma. We were coming off of that 6 out of 8 games on the road, and we'd just been to Kansas State and Oklahoma State. And it was almost strange coming back home to play. And I thought, no one really know what to do, because I thought that the crowd would like to have been chanting, "We're number one." But we couldn't do that. And so, that was the situation, and those are the things that caused them disappointment. And I don't think we were really excited about playing Iowa State, knowing what was coming up.
Well, the first half was pretty lackluster, as the coach said, but at halftime maybe was the greatest thing that happened all during the first half. Mark Moss hits this long shot, wins the car, Coach.
Hey, maybe I should sign him up. That was a great shot, and I want to congratulate that young man.
Well, the Sooners took control then. Mookie hit the jumper, and Skeeter Henry, nice work. Will work it inside to Stacey King. He had 33 points, a good job inside. And watch the slam coming up here by Andre Wiley, coach, off of a miss, and the Sooners won a 126-97. Great play by Wiley.
I thought Andre ignited us in that game. He had another dunk that was a real big dunk that kind of got things moving, got the crowd involved.
Again, Stacey, 33 points and 9 rebounds. And I guess, like you say, after the second half picks up, you feel pretty good about the way you played.
Oh, yeah. The second half is the most important half. That's the one that you come to play. And I think that we're getting to be a team that plays better in the second half, and I like that. That's really the time when the game's on the line.
Well, then on Thursday, of course, on national television, it was Missouri, and some interesting sidelights about that game. A longtime friend, Norm Stewart, was taken to the hospital as soon as he got here, and that had to be a tough situation for that ball club.
Their team responded well, and yes, it was a tough situation.
And then we had an incident where you got a technical foul, which we will talk about again in just a moment, but that may have got the team really sparked up, Coach.
Well, that's a tough way to spark the team up, but after that happened, our guys responded well. Missouri got off to a great start, and they shot the ball well, and we did not shoot it well, and we really dug ourselves a hole, and I like the way that we responded, came out of there with 3-point shots like that.
It was 21-5 at one point, but again, you came on. Tyrone Jones, 26 points, maybe got that outside shot now again.
Tyrone's back in the groove right now. I think he's really playing well.
It was 53-53 at halftime. Anthony Peeler on the steal there. In the second half, it was nip and tuck again for a while there, and Howard eventually to Doug Smith, and he got a thunderous slam right here.
Doug Smith's a great player, and Missouri has an outstanding front line. They're definitely an outstanding basketball team that's going to do well in the NCAA. A very big play right there. That could have been the play of the game. Stacey King makes the putback. When we were probably, 1 or 2 up at that point.
Right. And then you went on to win at 112-105, and it was a pretty happy locker room for the Sooners.
Great recovery, great crowd. Everybody was involved in the game. We won the game. Not everything that we'd like to do, but we won the game. Now, we got to get ready tonight, because we got to come back tomorrow the next day and practice, and then be ready for a new game.
And hero, Tyrone Jones, 26 points, 5 assists. As you mentioned, that outside shot finally starting to fall for him again.
I still think that he's one of the best shooters on our team. He's a pure shooter, and he has his confidence back, and that's very, very important.
That was the first of the big two, and you had to feel good the way the team, as you said, in that second half really took control.
Well, we made the big plays down the stretch, Bill, when we had to have a basket or we had to have a free throw, and we made both ends of our free throws. We could have tucked it away a little more comfortably, but we responded when we had to. I wish we'd just respond quicker in the game.
We mentioned, Coach, for a moment about the technical foul and the incident with the public address system. There's been a lot of talk about that. Kind of set it up. What happened for you to even have to go and make the announcement?
Well, Bill, some ice came on the floor, or some debris, let's put it that way, on the floor. And I thought that the referee responded properly by going to the PA system and asking the PA announcer to make an announcement. And he also said that that would be a technical foul next time that happened, which was the right response. He then came over and in our conversation told me that he wanted me to go to the press table and make an announcement. I thought that was really uncalled for, and I said, I don't want to do that. And he gave me an order to go there. And he said, as I remember his words were, this is your last chance, meaning I either go and get a technical, or if I go, I'm going to get one. If I stay there, I'm going to get one. So I was hacked off at his command to put me up there. It was uncalled for. I didn't need to go up there. And then I said exactly what I was thinking when I got up there.
Well, let's take a look at exactly what it was that Coach Tubbs said. Of course, there's been a lot of reaction to what happened there. If you had to do it over again, Coach, would you have said things a little differently?
Yeah, I probably would say things a little differently. I probably would have said something to the extent, regardless of how you're feeling toward the officiating, don't throw debris on the floor. Now, that's a key point right there, Bill. I do not condone, I don't think any other coach does, fans throwing things on the floor, and that is a real rare occasion at the University of Oklahoma. My years at Oklahoma, I don't remember that happening, so I don't want that happening. But I thought the situation had been handled, and I didn't need for anybody to tell me to take care of the crowd. It's not my job.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Coach. And when we come back, it's the battle for number one against Arizona when the Billy Tubbs Show continues. And on Sunday, it was back at Lloyd Noble to take on the number one team in the nation. You guys are ready to play.
What a great atmosphere. How could you not be ready to play with the crowd like we have and playing the number one team in the nation? In fact, the whole week was just quite exciting, to say the least. And our crowd really set the pace for that.
11,900 at Lloyd Noble, as Coach mentioned, another record-setting crowd. And let's go to the highlights. And Arizona's tough, and one of the best basketball teams, obviously, you've seen this year.
I'll tell you, they're a really good team. Notice this highlight. Can't do that at Oklahoma. Can't show the coach during the course of the clock run because we'll make a basket.
No cutaways there. You can't do it. Terrence Mullins' three-pointer had 12 points, hit a couple of key three-pointers down the
stretch. I thought Terrence played well today. That was a big play right there. Richie Blaylock misses and Skeeter Henry gets it and puts a dunk on him.
Sean Elliott, All-American. OU is up 35-33.
Sean Elliott's a great player, Bill.
He really is, isn't he?
Here we come off the floor at halftime, and now we're back to second half action. Right at this particular part of the game, Bill, I thought we lost control of it. They scored some with us not getting back on defense.
Well, they took a 7-point lead. You kept whittling away at it and started working the ball inside to Stacey King, and that was successful.
We did a better job the last 10 or 12 minutes of getting the ball inside, and our whole attack was built on that.
This is a big play here.
Very
Stacey
big.
King puts it right back up and in.
And then Stacey hit this free throw also, and that kind of started putting us in control somewhat.
Skeeter Henry, a big game, played very well defensively and offensively for you.
CBS player of the game, and that was a big play because the ball gets to Sean Elliott, he's probably going to knock it down as he did that three-point shot right there.
You hit some key free throws down the stretch, which you didn't a week ago. William Davis, Blaylock both. So
these two free throws that William Davis hit really put the game out of sight for us and for Arizona. And great game, great crowd, and I give Arizona a lot of credit for their outstanding basketball team.
And Skeeter Henry, as we mentioned, 15 points and 5 of 7 field goals. And you put him on Elliott a couple times, really most of the second half, I guess.
I'd say that he spent probably 25 minutes of the game on Elliott. We also had Tyrone Jones on him, and I really thought they did a good job. We didn't shut him down, but he's a great player. He's going to get his points. But he didn't just have a totally great game, but he's capable of being in the 40-point range. And I thought that Skeeter and Tyrone did a good job on him.
Realistically, now, you have to be the number one team in the nation this week, don't you?
Well, I hope so, but I don't do the AP or the UTI poll, and you never know what's going to happen, but I've always said that if they need a candidate or a volunteer, we'll volunteer to be number one.
Now, we talked a couple of weeks ago that if the opportunity came where you could be number one again, would you do things any differently this time? Do you think the players can handle it differently?
I think we'll handle it differently, but I'm not sure I would do anything differently except win our games. But I think it's old hat right now. We're, if we show up number one, that's fine. We're just going to take care of business and go and be concerned with our games and not be patting ourselves on the back or anything, because season's not over, as you well know.
It's amazing, though, that we sit and talk about number one being old hat. That's a nice position to be in, isn't it?
Well, you gain through experience, and we've never been number one. Now we have. Maybe we'll handle it better. We're going to have to see.
Well, when the Billy Tubbs Show continues, we'll visit with one of the media stars in college basketball, Billy Tubbs. Welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show. It's time now for our Lampton, McCaffrey, and Tawater question of the week. Ben Lampton joins us, and Ben, I understand our question from Mike Jackson of Oklahoma City.
Yes, Billy, this is a two-part question. Now, can I give it to you all at once? Can you handle that?
Why not?
All right. When a player is inbounding a ball under his own goal, when can he move up and down the baseline? And the second part of the question is, when the ball is thrown in, does the time start when the player throws the ball or when it's first touched by a player?
The first part of the question, Ben, when it is a live ball after a basket or a free throw, the player is entitled to run the baseline, meaning he can move up and down the baseline, and that's when you'll see guys running to throw the ball in. When it is a dead ball violation or an inbound, for example, a ball goes out of bounds, the referee designates the spot for the ball to be thrown in, and that's where the player must remain to throw the ball in. It doesn't mean that he has to establish a pivot to it. Just means he can't move from that spot. In the Arizona game, very early in the game, we kicked the ball out of bounds, and we were pressing, and on the inbound throw-in, the guy moved off the spot, and we got the ball back. That's called traveling out of bounds. Now, on when does the clock start? If it's a live ball out of bounds, the clock continues to run. If it's a dead ball out of bounds with the clock stopped, the clock starts when the ball is touched inbounds, not when it's released by the inbounder, but when the ball is touched inbounds.
So it's a traveling violation then if he moves.
If the guy moves out of bounds, it's traveling violation. Clock starts when the ball is touched inbounds.
You did good.
Thank you.
Good question from Mike Jackson of Oklahoma City. We appreciate that. We'd like your participation. If you'd like to send a question to Coach Tubbs, here's the address. P.O. Box 14159 in Oklahoma City, 73113. If we use your question, you'll receive a Casio 400 pocket color television. Now, we've had an opportunity to interview a youngster by the name of Billy Packard, who is, I think, one of the great commentators on basketball, college basketball right now. At Oklahoma, you have an opportunity to run across the Dick Vitals and the Al McGuires, and we had this conversation with Billy Packard, an inside view of what he's all about. Let's talk a little bit about you. Tell me about your career as a player. Do you have any accomplishments?
Sorry, I played at Wake Forest. I would say, realistically, I was at the right place at the right time. I could handle the ball. I knew how to get the ball to the right guys at the right time. I was a fairly good shooter. We had an excellent first-team All-American big man in Len Chappell. I was able to get the ball inside. People had to double up on him. Occasionally, he threw it back.
Did you guys ever win?
We won actually 3 ACC championships in terms of regular season. We won 2 conference tournament championships, and we made it to the Final Four our senior year in the NCAA Eastern Regional Finals in my junior year. So we had a nice ball club.
You evidently did. Okay, so you had an outstanding career and some success. Anybody goes to Final Four, that has to be a big moment. Let me put it this way.
Let me tell you something. I want to tell you about that Final Four. I want to tell you about the Final Four. You know who we beat in the Final Four?
Oklahoma.
My last game, we beat a guy named John Wooden. That was the first time he ever took a team to the Final Four, 1962. And he never lost another game in the Final Four until 1974. We beat him 12 years ago.
Did you win it?
Yeah, we won the game.
Wake Forest won the national championship? As you reflect back on the game you lost to Ohio State, how did you feel as soon as the game was over?
You know, that's
the question we always ask.
No, that's a hell of a question, because the thing about it, when you're a senior in college, you go into the NCAA tournament knowing that every game could be the last game you'll ever play, unless you're like Stacy or Mookie, they're going to play in a pro game. So I think it's an incredible feeling to be able to get through one game, and then the next game, and all of a sudden you realize, hey, I'm 2 games away from being on a team that's a national champion, and then all of a sudden, everything you've worked for all your life as a player is over. And it really is a couple of days coming down to realize that it really is. I think at first it's a downer. After it becomes something of pride. Say, you know what, 200 teams tried, and we got to this point.
Right after finishing college and getting through at Wake Forest, what did you do? Were you going to go into college, or did you say, hey, right now, I know I'm destined to be on CBS?
No, I'll tell you what, I never applied for a job in broadcasting. I'm really not a broadcaster.
I know that.
And we really know that. I went into business out of college and went in the hotel and motel supply business, and I was in the radio business, and broadcasting came about really because I was selling advertising, and I said, we ought to do some high school football games because I know people that would like to pay for it. And so really it became a broadcaster because once we got the rights to the games, we had to have somebody to talk about them. So that's how I first went on.
How did you enjoy the broadcasting business, and how do you like it?
Well, broadcasting is incredible in this respect. For people out there that like to go hunting or fishing, I love basketball. It gives me an opportunity. Somebody calls me up and says, on Saturday you've got to go to Oklahoma because on Sunday you're going to do Oklahoma.
To go to Oklahoma.
Well, I'm putting it the other way. You've got to go to Oklahoma and do the Oklahoma-Arizona game, and guess what? We're going to pay your way there, and we're going to let you sit right in the center of the court. You're going to get a chance to talk to Billy and all these guys, and then we're going to fly you home, and when you get home, we're sending you a check. Now, I mean, if somebody says that's a job, then they've got their life screwed up.
Good interview. You ever think about doing that when you're still coaching?
I'll be like Billy. I won't apply for it. If it happens to come along, I might do it.
Okay, it sounds good. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Coach Tubbs' top 10, and the Billy Tubbs Show continues. It gets tougher and tougher to pick a top 10 every week, doesn't it?
Bill, this is the toughest time I've had picking our top 10, and let's go to the top 10 right now. A lot of schools lost this past week, but I put Arizona 1 and Missouri 2. The only reason I did that is because I'm afraid I'm a little partial to Missouri because we're in the same league together, but Arizona played us closer. I'm getting a little more impressed with Georgetown. I have them at number 3. They lost at Pittsburgh, but almost anybody could lose at Pittsburgh.
We know that, don't we?
Then I like Florida State. Florida State and West Virginia are on the move. West Virginia now has the longest winning streak in the nation. Florida State won at Louisville. That's impressive. Illinois is still a good ball club. Syracuse is back on the prowl and doing a good job. North Carolina lost this week, but that was at North Carolina State. Then I have Michigan, and then my good friend Bobby Knight at Indiana is number 10.
And we must remind everybody that the coach does not rank the Sooners. Otherwise, they'd be up there somewhere, I'm sure.
I would think we deserve to be close to the top.
Okay, coming up this week, Coach, you have Wednesday at Kansas, Saturday at Colorado.
It's back on the road and another couple of tough games. Kansas, always tough in Lawrence, always tough every place. And then Colorado, they can deal you some misery, so no rest for the wicked.
Kansas is struggling a bit right now, though, aren't they?
Yes, they are, and I hope they continue to struggle because this will be as important as any game we've played this year. They're going after win number 1,400.
Yeah, and they've stumbled a few times to try to get that mark, so that's a special goal for them, I'm sure. And we hope you support the Sooners. It's been a great week, and we'll see you again next week on the Billy Tubbs Show.
The Billy Tubbs Show has been brought to you by the law firm of Lampton, McCaffrey, and Tallwater, and in part by Oklahoma Tank Line. Billy Tubbs Wardrobe furnished by Harry Holchers of Norman. Classic clothing for men and women. you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater. And in part by Oklahoma Tank Line. And now, the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners, Billy Tubbs, with your host, Sportsline 9's Bill Tegan.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Billy Tubbs Show. Another great week for the top-ranked Sooners. They win 2 road games, and, Coach, I know you'll take that any week.
We'll take it any week, Bill, and especially when it's in conference play and you get a key win like at Kansas. And then we've had good success at Colorado, but at this late date in the conference race, it has to be a great week.
Number 1 doesn't seem to be bothering the Sooners this time around.
Well, I like the idea that we went out and won 2 on the road, and we were number 1, and that's the first time that that's happened this year, so we have to take that, too.
Okay, let's take a look at the Kansas-Oklahoma highlights from Lawrence, Kansas on Wednesday night. A great win, although Kansas, Coach, came out red hot.
They really did, Bill. They backdoored us right here at Pritchett, and they handled our pressure defense quite well early.
They were up by 12 at one point. Oklahoma comes back. Blaylock steps back, hits a three-pointer. He had 15, and William Davis did a good job on the offensive boards.
Not only on the offensive boards, but William Davis did a good job on defense. There he is with a nice putback.
Well, you had Stacy on the bench for a while. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Damon Patterson did a good job.
Damon Patterson is our best player in a particular defense that we play. One of our zones, and we like him in there.
Mike Bell had a great game. 41-38 Sooners at halftime, and Bell is just an exciting guy to watch, and here's another great play, Coach.
This is a big league, big-time play right there. That's a great pass to get the play going.
22 points as he filled in for King. Tyrone Jones from the corner had 16, and Sooners took a 5-point lead after another slam coming up from Mike Bell.
Mike Bell takes it to the hoop quite nicely right there, Bill. I love that. But he can jump as well as anybody in the nation, and he takes it to the hole really, really well.
Well, this was a big play. Pritchard again tied it up, and this sends it into overtime.
He made a nice play right there, especially considering the circumstance.
And you couldn't foul him there, so it's 80-80 as you went into overtime. And, boy, that's when Stacy King really came to the front.
Well, we had to get our numbers, and Stacy, I think, had 7 points in overtime, and he played quite well. But he plays better when it gets down to the time to decide the game.
Well, he did it that night, and Stacy, a pass coming up here to Mike Bell, and the Sooners had a win. 94-89 was the victory over the Kansas Jayhawks in overtime, and a nice win on the road, as Coach mentioned. Again, the final was 94-89 in overtime, and the Sooners will take a big victory.
Well, I think any time that that's happening, we go.
Mike Bell, we talked about him, Coach, 22 points and 4 block shots, and you were talking a couple of weeks ago trying to get him a little more action, and obviously you did last week.
Well, we got him not only in the Kansas game, but I thought he did a good job for us against Colorado. And Mike's playing with a lot of confidence right now, and I think he's coming into his own. I think you'll see a little bit more of Mike Bell and Stacy King in the ball game at the same time.
A lot of people off the bench did a good job. You made the comment last week, you really don't feel like you have a bench. You have about 8 guys that you want to start.
Well, we really do, Bill. I think that's a good point. It seems like in one of our positions on the floor, whomever starts plays fairly soft, and the guy that replaces him really plays well, and that's kind of becoming a factor with it. But anytime you can bring people off the bench that you get excited about, like the Mike Bells, like the Skeeter Henry. Skeeter's really a starter for us, but he's playing so well coming off the bench. I like to bring him in because you have something to look forward to coming in off the bench.
Well, they sure have been sparking the team and the fans as well, and when we come back, it's on the road again, this time to Boulder, Colorado, when the Billy Tubbs Show continues. Welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show as we get ready to go to Colorado. First of all, Coach Stacy King has had a difficult time last week in the first halves of both of these games. I would assume it's an adjustment he's going to have to make, really on defense and on his hand and everything else.
Well, Bill, defensively, he's been playing pretty good early in the game, but I think his finger has been a factor because almost every day is an adjustment. He's down to just tape on the finger right now, but I think subconsciously Stacy's still a little afraid that he's going to hurt that finger again. like about Stacey King is when the game gets on the line, then Stacey King's going to show up and play. I think he's tentative early in the game, but in good players and good teams, that happens a lot of times. You know, you can't get pumped up for every game. There's only so many times a year that you can get pumped up for a game as a team or as a player. But I do like the fact that when the game really gets on the line, our team arrives, and so does Stacey King.
Well, there's no doubt that everybody else gets pumped up for you. Yesterday in Colorado, 10,000, biggest crowd of the season there.
Well, just about every place that we played on the road this year, Bill, has been standing room only. And I like that. I think that's a great credit to our team. But, in fact, I'm almost certain that we've played before capacity crowds at every road game.
Well, that helps get the team going if you're not pumped up going into the game. Let's go to Boulder, Colorado, and take a look at the highlights from yesterday's Oklahoma win. 106-88 was the final, and William Davis, we talked about him a moment ago, hits the outside shot.
Well, William came in there in the second half with a couple of big outside jumpers.
Colorado played well early, Coach. Never really out of it, never really in control of it.
That was a power play right there, to say the least. And they made some good plays, but over the long stretch, they couldn't handle it.
Tony Martin's had some problems with, a foot injury of some kind.
He has a toe injury right now. I'd say kind of like a turf toe, but it didn't keep him from making a nice power play there, and then a great pass to Mike Bell for a back.
I know you love this. Bell with a block, and here we go. This results in a three-pointer. We're going to look at this from the floor, too, Coach.
Well, I tell you, Mike Bell is the best shot blocker in the Big 8 Conference. Hey, that's putting it back, and that ignites the fast break. Terrence Mullins pulls up with a great three-point shot. We did have Tony Martin down the rebound on that.
Mookie made some fine passes. Here's one of them to Skeeter Henry yesterday.
Mookie had 12 assists, and that's a real key for our point guard to come up with that many assists.
Well, we like that block so well. We'll show you another one. Mike again, OU up 46-35 at halftime. And, Coach, nice to see some old friends in the stands. Steve Sewell.
Hey, Steve and Mike Clopton right there, Tommy Chubbs. Steve's been to every one of our Colorado games since he's been with the Broncos.
Second half, Mookie a three-pointer. He had 17 points. Tyrone Jones a big day yesterday as well.
Tyrone really playing consistent. He had a little struggle at one point in the season, but he's got back playing well.
There's some short Sooner fans here, Coach, up in
You
Boulder.
know, we had a lot of Sooners out there, Bill.
That's great. That's great. Here we go again. Stacey King will end up with a slam here. 28 points, 9 boards after a so-so start for him.
Hey, that was a great pass from Mookie Blaylock. You get the ball down there, Mookie does a great job.
Tyrone inside again, and the Sooners go on to win at 106-88. Colorado struggling, but that can be a tough place to play. But again, you win at 106-88.
Well, Colorado's played just about everybody great at their plate.
Tyrone, 15 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, as you mentioned, after kind of a mid-season slump. He's coming around.
The thing I like about his stats right there is 9 rebounds out of his position. That's a real key factor in our success in that game. And Tyrone's becoming a better and better rebounder all along, and I like that.
We talked about this just a few moments ago, but it's kind of like it was about a month and a half ago, 6 weeks ago, where you guys are getting a great performance from somebody different, it seems like, every game.
Well, that's why we call it a team. When you have a great team, you get help from various people, and I don't think I've ever had a team that's gone this deep. You know, we have really 9 or 10 guys that I feel very comfortable with on the floor. It's just a matter of deciding which guy's going to be playing on which night.
Injury-wise, you talked a little bit about William Davis. You seem pretty healthy right now?
I think we're the healthiest that we've been in quite some time. You remember, we were bogged down during the season with ankle injuries, little scrapes, and I think we're the healthiest that we've been in quite some time, and I think that'll pay off for us down the stretch.
That's a great time to do it. And when we come back with the Billy Tubbs Show, we're going to take a look at some special awards for some special seniors. Welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show. It's time now for our Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tawater question of the week. And Ben Lampkin joins us with a question from Dee Glidewell of Oklahoma City. Ben?
Coach, we had over 50 entries in the question of the week this week, and Ms. Gladwell, a young lady, won the question of the week, and that is, what are the qualities that you look for in a point guard, and what does Mookie
point guard, the ball goes to him off of every rebound. If the other team scores and we inbound the ball, that goes to our point guard. So our point guard ignites our offense. He enters the offense for us. We need a guy that can pass the ball well, that can dribble the ball well, because he's going to have the ball in his hands probably 80% of the time. We also need a young man that can shoot the ball well to keep the people off of our inside people. They have to honor his shot. And then on defense, we look for a guy that can keep constant pressure on the other team's point guard. So I would say that Mookie Blaylock fits all of those categories because he passes it well, he shoots the ball well, and he also can keep pressure on the other team's point guard.
He also wants to know if this is Mookie's first year as a point guard.
It probably is Mookie's first year as a point guard, meaning that he's playing that position 90% of the time. Last year, when Ricky Grace was on the bench, Mookie Blaylock was Ricky's backup point guard. But for the NBA and for us, Mookie Blaylock is a natural point guard and one of the highest scoring point guards that we've had at Oklahoma.
Thanks, Coach. Who do you use as a backup then for Mookie at point guard, Coach?
Terrence Mullins is our backup point guard for Mookie Blaylock.
Okay, we appreciate your cooperation in this. As Ben mentioned, we had over 50 letters this week to the Billy Tubbs Show. We'd like you to send your question to the Billy Tubbs Show Question of the Week, Post Office Box 14159 in Oklahoma City. The zip code is 73113. Now, if we use your question here on the show, you'll receive this Casio 400 Pocket Color television. Gentlemen, thank you very much. This is a special week for 3 members of the Oklahoma Sooner basketball squad. 3 players named to the Big 8 All-Academic team. Stacey King has more.
The 3 Sooners on the All-Big 8 Academic team are guard Terrence Mullins on the first team and forward Damon Patterson and guard Jason Kaczynski on the second team. Only Nebraska had more players honored by the Big 8. The first thought was, I was proud of myself because this is what I tried to achieve, This was one of my goals. It was one of my goals last year, and I didn't achieve it, so I set forth the same goal for this year, and I achieved it. So, I was more or less proud of myself, but can't stop here. Got to keep doing it.
I found out that it was about spending time on books, rather than, just finding out what's happening around college and campus and everything. I think I had to spend a greater time. I didn't do that first semester, but as I came into my second semester, I started, spending time working on my books. It was a real big surprise, and I was really glad that I was able to accomplish that. My roommate, Dave Seeger, he got it 3 years in a row, and to get it 1 year out of 1 year, and he got it 3 still makes me feel good, because Dave's a really good student as well as, awesome player, and it was good to get the honor of being able to be on the academic team.
One of the toughest things to do is study on the road, but that's something all 3 have had to learn to do.
It's certainly you just have to want to do. A lot of people aren't, motivated to study, and they don't like to study, and, they really don't care what kind of grades they get. I'm not that type of person. I care about, the grades they get, and, if I don't study, then I know I can get a B or an F, whereas if I do, I know it's not hard to get an A or a B.
Something that really helps me is just get an hour or a half hour whenever we're on the road to get to read a chapter or 2 and get to go over my notes. Every little bit helps, and it's good to be able to do that.
It's hard to study, on the road trip or so, because, you want to know what's going on instead of staying in your room, but, you got to force yourself to sit down, and read a couple chapters or something.
For all 3 Sooners, this is a big award, but maybe it means just a little bit more to Damon Patterson, a guy who was a Proposition 48 player when he first entered OU, and now he's an all-Big 8 academic selection.
I had troubles in my high school career. I came in as a Prop 48, and I knew what I had to do in my senior year. I knew how to sit down. You got to cut out a lot of things, all the things you did when you was younger. You can't keep going on and doing the things like, being out at certain times of the night. I think you got to basically just get on your studies, listen in class, take good notes. After, go home and spend about an hour or 2 every day studying on your books and stuff.
For the Billy Tubbs Show, I'm Stacey King.
And, Coach, you've got to be proud of all those guys. If you look at a guy like Damon Patterson, who was a Prop 48 candidate, and it must really make you feel good.
Oh, it really does, Bill, because you got to keep your priorities in order. and Damon evidently is doing that. And it's very important to us that our guys do a good job in the classroom, because when you really break it down, that is the main reason they're at the University of Oklahoma, is to get an education. And if you think of the Dave Seegers, the Terrence Mullins, and by the way, we have a couple of young guys that are redshirting this year, Terry Evans and Roland Ware, that I'm very proud of, because they did a good job in the classroom too. So that's very, very important to our coaching staff, because we want our players to get their degree.
Well, it really is a difficult situation for a player who's involved in major college athletics, and our congratulations to those three guys. Another week of upsets in college basketball, and when the Billy Tubbs Show continues, we'll take a look at the coaches' top 10. This continues to be a crazy season in college basketball. Yesterday alone, 5 teams ranked in the AP top 20 went down to defeat. So, Coach, the big question, how's your top 10 shape up this week?
Well, Bill, I think the top 10 was easier to select this week than it was last week. Oh, last week was really wacko, because just about everybody had lost except a couple of teams. This week, there's only about 5 teams in the top 10 that didn't lose. So we stack them up like this. Take a look at my top 10, and keep in mind, we do not include the University of Oklahoma here. Arizona remains number 1 with 2 big wins this past week. Georgetown moves up to number 2. That's the first time I've really had Georgetown up there. They're starting to convince me. Syracuse number 3, North Carolina 4, Louisville number 5. Louisville had a big win at Florida State last week. Missouri drops to number 6, although really I still think Missouri is one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the nation. West Virginia, number 7. They have the longest win streak in the nation. And then now I come to the Big Ten, with Indiana at number 8, Michigan at number 9. And although Illinois lost to Wisconsin by 20 yesterday, I still think they're one of the top teams in the nation.
That's hard to figure, too. You were saying last week that you don't think there is a dominant number 1 team, excluding Oklahoma. Let's talk about it. Still remains to be seen, but I think it's going to end up that way, don't you? That there's not one team that stands head and shoulders above everybody else.
I think most people agree, Bill, that there's probably 15 teams that really have a realistic shot at going all the way to the national championship. But I'll repeat, if we look back to the past, somebody could come out of that other pack, the other teams in the top 64 to win it. But 15 outstanding teams this year.
Well, let's take a look at the week ahead for the Sooners. Of course, Wednesday, 9 o'clock game at Lloyd Noble. Kansas State comes to town, and Wildcats are always tough. Lon Kruger has been playing pretty well.
Well, Bill, it seems like every game gets bigger and bigger. For the Big 8 championship, for the chance to be the number 1 team in the nation, and Kansas State always plays well. Lonnie Kruger does a great job for them, and we can expect a tough game. I want our crowd out there in force again, because they've really been a factor in our last few home games. So it'll be another tough game.
Again, that's 9 o'clock, and that'll be televised on ESPN. Saturday, 3 o'clock at Missouri, taking on the Tigers. They've had some problems of late, but it's always a great matchup with you two.
Well, I think it'll get down to the Big 8 Conference Championship with the Missouri Tigers. And Norm Stewart, I don't think, will be there again. And by the way, while we're talking about the Missouri Tigers, we'd like to wish Norm Stewart a speedy recovery. Norm, we'd like to have you back. You're great for the Big 8 Conference, and I actually miss Norm. He's a good friend, and we hate to see him going through what he is, but we want him with a speedy recovery. But Missouri is always tough in Missouri. They're always tough any place that they play. And again, you're going to have, 2 of the top 10 teams in the nation matching it up.
This has been, to me anyway, an unbelievably fast season. Do you realize after this week there are only 2 regular season games and then the Big 8 tournament?
I realize that, Bill, and there'll be only 2 games left, and we'll be at home. 3 out of our next 4 games are at home, and I think the schedule for once maybe turns in our favor. Other than the Missouri game, 3 games at home. And I like that, and the Big 8 championship is on the line. Talk time is over now. It's put up or shut up time.
This is the point, I guess, where you want your team to go just that one step higher. Is this about the time of year?
Yes, it is. It's the time of the year that we say we would like to peak. If we're going to peak, we need to do it in the next 5 weeks, I guess. I've lost track of the number of weeks, but 2 weeks in the regular season, then 1 week in the Big 8 tournament, and then hopefully 3 weeks in the NCAA.
And I know you're trying to give the guys a little breather here. You're taking Sundays off now, is that correct?
Yes. Win or lose, Sunday is a rest day for us right now, and we need to get our legs back under us because we not only need to be ready mentally, but we need to be ready physically, and I think we're reaching that peak.
Well, it should be another great week for the Sooners. Again, Wednesday night, 9 o'clock at home against Kansas State. Saturday on the road to Missouri. For Coach Billy Tubbs, I'm Bill Teagan. See you next week on the Billy Tubbs Show.
The Billy Tubbs Show has been brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater, and in part by Oklahoma Tank Line. Billy Tubbs Wardrobe furnished by Harry Holchers of Norman. Classic clothing for men and women. Billy Tubbs Show. Brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater. And in part by Oklahoma Tank Line. And now, the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners, Billy Tubbs, with your host, Sportsline 9's Bill Teagan.
Everybody, and welcome to the Billy Tubbs Show. A tough week for the Sooners coach. A victory against Kansas State, and then a loss on the road to Missouri, and down the stretch, it's always tough, isn't it?
Well, it was one of those halfway weeks. Bill, it was halfway good. We won one and we lost one. A nice win over Kansas State here in Norman, and then a tough loss to Missouri at Missouri, but Missouri is a very good team. I don't think anybody went in there and won this year, although that's not an excuse not to go in there and win, but I noticed that the sun did come up in Norman, Oklahoma this morning, and, we're still in business. We still have a lot of good things that we can accomplish during this season, and the Big 8 Conference Championship is in our hands if we just take care of our business. So it was a tough week. Anytime you lose a game, it's a tough week, but business goes on as usual.
Well, it's time to get right back to work, but before we talk about what's coming up this week, let's take a look at some of the highlights from a week ago. First of all, Kansas State, it's an 86-82 loser to the Sooners, and Mookie up court, Stacey King for the bucket, and you get off to a good start here against Kansas State.
Well, we got off to a pretty good start against them, Bill. Nice bucket by Stacey, but I thought Kansas State really played well.
Tyrone Jones, 7 rebounds against the Wildcats, and it's Mookie here who gets the jumper. Blaylock finished with 19 points. A lot of firepower in that Wildcat team. This is Lakeith Humphrey.
I tell you, Humphrey had a good game against us in Norman. He also had a good game in Manhattan. Turned out to be a nice player.
You have to be happy the way Skeeter Henry's come, especially this last week.
All right, Skeeter had a nice week coming off the bench. I don't think you can expect much more from a young man than that.
Steve Henson, the long-range three-pointer, he had 14 points. Late in the half, Mookie took control. A couple of nice plays. Look at this move coming up here. Fakes the pass, goes in and puts it up, and then moments later, Coach comes up with the steal.
We kind of got things rolling right before half and looked like we were going to break the game open. A nice three-pointer by Tyrone Jones, but Kansas State hit a basket right before half to pick up some momentum going in at halftime.
It was 52-41 at the half. Terrence Mullins, a three-pointer. He was one of 5 Sooners in double figures, had 10 points. Big play coming up here with Stacey King going right to the hoop and drawing the foul.
That really kind of gave us control late in the game, and it was a time when we really needed something good to happen.
Yeah, everybody was pretty excited there. Oklahoma 86-82, the winner over Kansas State. And a big game for a lot of guys. Skeeter Henry is the man we're going to take a look at. 13 points, all off the bench. And did a good job shooting-wise and three-pointers, and as you mentioned, he's done a good job this past week.
Well, he was 5 for 5 from field goal range and 3 for 3 from the free throw line. Didn't miss a shot in the first half. I should have started in the second half and kept him in there. He was the guy that had a hot hand, did a nice job for us.
You mentioned after the game, talking to some of the reporters, that you didn't think your team had played all that well. Kansas State had something to do with that, but you said maybe the team not as excited and just kind of waiting for postseason tournament action, and that you had to kind of fire them up a little bit.
Well, I don't think we played with the level that we needed to play with, and I didn't see any improvement. But again, let's not distract from Kansas State, because Lonnie Krieger does a great job, and he gets the utmost out of his talent. And those guys came in and played the game they wanted to play. We never got it in the up-tempo game like we wanted to have it, and that's a credit to them. But, you know, you take a win like that because it helps you award the conference, and we're happy to win any time we win. Got the point now, though, if we don't win by 30 at home, you know, we're disappointed in ourselves. But I like those wins to come. It's an important victory for us because it kept that march going toward the conference championship.
Well, when we come back, we're going to take a look at the Missouri-Oklahoma battle from Columbia. That's when the Billy Tubbs Show continues. Welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show. On Saturday, it was on to Columbia, Missouri for the Sooners, and Coach, that's always a tough place to play.
Well, it's a tough place to play, and the biggest reason it's tough to play is they have an outstanding team. And anytime that happens to you and they play their normal game, which I thought Missouri did, they played an outstanding second half, an average first half, and we played an average game. I think maybe a little bit below average, and you're not going to be able to get away with that against a team like Missouri. And we lost control of the game at one point in the second half, Missouri really took it to us. A 20-2 or a 20-4 run or something like that on us, and we lost control of the game and never could get back in control.
97-84 was the final. Some great highlights for to take a look at. Let's roll them, and we'll talk about OU Missouri from Columbia on Saturday. Stacey King, a good day offensively, Coach, especially in that second half.
I thought Stacey had a nice day all the way around offensively. Our defense in general, as was shown right there, left something to be desired.
Skeeter Henry, another nice game, though, 15 points, 8 rebounds for you.
He got on the offensive board. He was really our only threat on the offensive board.
Lee Coward countered with a three-pointer for the Tigers. They had 6 of those yesterday, and Oklahoma comes up with a steal here, and Tyrone Jones will end up with a bucket. But you guys really did not shoot the ball as well as you're capable of that.
Well, normally you don't shoot it as well at Missouri, and that has something to do with Missouri's defense. And this is a nice play by Skeeter Henry right there. I thought Skeeter had a nice game, but no, we didn't shoot the ball well.
Stacey King, great hustle here, though. He keeps this one alive.
That is an outstanding play. I like to see that.
Tony Martin will get the follow here. He had 11 rebounds to lead Oklahoma yesterday.
I like Tony on the board yesterday. He had 9 rebounds in the first half, got in foul trouble, and did not play in the second half.
At halftime, Oklahoma up 41-40. You mentioned the second half. Missouri came on 20-2 spurt. Leonard with the slam, and it was just they kind of took control there.
Well, they did that continuously in the second half, meaning they took it right in our face, took it to the basket, and stuffed it on us and hit some nice jumpers.
Stacey finished with 36 points, and again, Missouri won at the final score yesterday in Columbia. It was 97-84. Obviously a big victory for Rich Daly, and he's had some difficult times up there replacing Norm Stewart, but again, Stacey King had a nice game. And one guy we didn't mention much, Mookie Blaylock. Was that just a bad game? We've come to expect so many great things from him every
Well, maybe that's what everybody expected. He's going to have a great game every time out. And, you know, Mookie's been the most consistent player we've probably had in 2 years at Oklahoma, certainly one of the most consistent, and I don't think that was an average Mookie Blaylock game. But I think that every player is entitled to one game like that in his career, but you would hope that everybody else would pick it up, and normally if one of our players has a bad game, the other guys fill in. But really, offensively, we had good games from Stacey King, and we had a good game from Skeeter Henry, and that was about it.
Well, again, 97-84 was the final, and when we come back, Vitale. And it's time now for our Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Towwater question of the week. And this week the question is from Marshall Paulson of Oklahoma City. And Ben Lampkin joins us. Ben, what are we going to talk about today?
We're going to ask the coach what the coaches think about the Tarkanian case.
Talking about the Jerry Tarkanian case, which the Supreme Court settled between Jerry Tarkanian and the NCAA, where Jerry Tarkanian had been told by the NCAA that he was suspended from his job. The coaches feel that it's wrong for the NCAA, and I'm speaking for myself and some coaches I know, but the coaches feel that it's wrong that the NCAA does not give you due process, meaning that you are guilty on any allegation in the NCAA until you can prove yourself innocent. And we believe that the Tarkanian case gave the NCAA the ultimate power to do anything they would like to. But Ben, you're the legal mind. How do you feel that the Tarkanian Supreme Court case affected the coaching profession?
Well, Billy, I know that you think you're a lawyer too, but let me tell you what about the due process. The NCAA only acts on schools. They can't do anything to you. They can't tell you anything. So when they act on the school, then the school has to take the action. And that's why Coach Tarkanian did not prevail in that case. But now the case at Sam Houston might be a different picture because they're going to discipline a school that didn't have anything to do with what the coach did. And they're going to try to force that school, and as a matter of fact, I think they've already forced that school to let the coach go, haven't they?
Right. Yes, but would I be correct in saying that to be dismissed from a state institution, you would have to be provided due process of law? Is that true?
That's true.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Coach. And our thanks to Marshall Paulson of Oklahoma City. And we'd like you to get involved in the question of the week. If you'd like to send one in, it's Post Office Box 14159 here in Oklahoma City, 73113. If we use your question, you'll receive a Casio 400 pocket color television.
All right, now we have a real nice guest on the show. We welcome to the Billy Tubbs Show Dick Vitale, one of the most controversial broadcasters in the business, and we had this opportunity to visit with Dick. Dick, welcome to the Billy Tubbs Show. It's great to have you on as a guest. You know, everybody knows you're a great basketball analyst because you keep telling us that. Now, what I want to know, what happened to you and what were you doing before you became a basketball expert on TV? Give us a little of your background.
Billy, my background, I'll tell you a little bit about my background. I was an all-airport player. I couldn't play a lick when I was in high school or college. I just made the team, went to Seton Hall University, went to the division in Patterson, made their basketball team. I wasn't much of a player, but then went on to coach in high school, got a little bit lucky like you did, got some good athletes, and I didn't mess them up. I was able to win, and we won big, won several state championships back-to-back, and then from there I went on to college to Rutgers, and got lucky again, recruited some great athletes. They went to the Final Four in 1976, Rutgers, with the players we recruited. And then from there, I was fortunate enough to get the University of Detroit job. We won fairly big there in my 4 years, and then I went to the NBA, and I got this Ziggy. Ziggy meaning getting fired.
So now you've become famous as a basketball analyst. Now I understand you're becoming an author. You've got a book out, Dick Vitale, and it's second on the best-selling list. Give me a little update on that, Dick.
My book, Vitale by Simon & Schuster. Go out and buy this thing. It just made the bestseller list, Force Inc. bestseller list number 2 to John Madden. Now, if you spring with some cash with all that money you're making, instead of expecting me to give you a freebie, but you see, the book talks about Dick Vitale, just your average ball, one-eyed basketball wacko who got this Ziggy and became a PTP. Ziggy meaning getting fired. But I got fired, went to ESPN, been there for 10 years, and with ABC for 3 years, and you know, I just can't believe what's happened in my career, Billy. It's like a fantasy land. To believe in 1971, I was teaching the 6th grade, 78 coaching the NBA, and now just having a ball of my life with ESPN and ABC. They had a sound-alike contest. They've had all kinds of things. I was in Naked Gun, the movie with Leslie Nielsen, Priscilla Presley. I cameo
any point in your life that you thought that you might like to be the color commentator on TV? Basically, was there a time that you thought about going into TV broadcasting?
Not really. You know, I wanted to be a coach. I loved the locker room. When I got fired coaching in the pros, I thought I'd get back to coaching in college where I thought I belonged because of my up-tempo personality kind of guy, having an enthusiastic approach about life. I didn't think my personality really fit in the NBA style of play. But I got a chance to work in television. Then it was 1 year, 2 years, and I can't believe it's now 10 years. And it's just worked out fantastically for me. People say, well, you know, you've been successful. Well, how do you define success? I guess the bottom line is getting new contracts and your boss is writing out that check, and also the fan reaction. Everywhere I go, the fans have been fantastic to me. They treat me so warmly. You know, I have critics say he talks too much, he's loud. No kidding. I'm the 3T man. You know what, Billy? A lot of other people better start talking because it's working, and if they don't believe it, they should see the new home I just built. But I tell you, I can't believe I made like $9,000, $10,000 a year teaching in 71, and today I tell people we're so lucky in sports to be able to make a tremendous living. My dad and mom really worked. They worked in a factory. They had a 5th grade education, but they gave me a doctorate of law. I lost my eye as a kid, and my mom used to always tell me, this is America, you can make something of your life with drive and determination. And I took her philosophy. The only thing I regret with any success I've had is that my mom is not here to be part of it because she played such a tremendous role in my life.
I like that interview. Dick Vitale, off the floor, off the camera, is a great person. He's a fun person to be around, a lot of energy. He loves the game of basketball, and I think he's been a great asset to the game of basketball. He is now a very good friend.
Well, he's enthusiastic, that's for sure. When we come back, the coach will rank the top 10 teams in the country, and the Billy Tubbs Show continues. As we said earlier, this has been a week of highs and lows for the Sooners. Our photo essay this week captures some of those emotions. And it's time now to talk about the top 10 rankings. Coach, what do you think this week?
I don't think it was as difficult to pick the top 10 this week as it was last week or a couple of weeks ago. It's starting to level out, Bill, so let's go right to it. Take a look at it. Arizona number 1, but we have the asterisks out there saying that Arizona's playing at the time we're doing the show. And I could move them to 4. If they lose, I'm going to move them to 4. But right now, it's Arizona number 1, Georgetown number 2. Georgetown really moving up in my poll, and I'm kind of getting impressed with them. Number 3, Indiana. Bobby Knight doing a great job. Indiana looks like they're going to be the Big Ten champs after a slow start. Come on strong. Missouri, I'm still impressed with them, really, after yesterday. West Virginia, only 2 losses. They're number 5 on my poll. North Carolina at 6. the rest of them really haven't done much this week, so I just kind of held them where they were. Syracuse, number 7. Still think Illinois is a sleeper. They get things going, they could be one of the best teams in the nation. Duke at 9, but if they beat Arizona, they could move up in my poll. They wouldn't switch places with Arizona. I'm still impressed with Michigan at number 10. So that's Billy's top 10. Keep in mind, we never ranked the Sooners. I have no idea where the Sooners are going to be in the top 10 this week. Where do you think we'll wind up in the top 10?
I was trying to look at that today and see what other people had done. I don't know. I think you could probably fall as maybe to 4 or 5. What do you think?
Oh, I think we'll be in that range for sure. I hope not any farther down, but you never know what's going to happen.
It's a crazy season. Now, coming up this week to finish out the regular season, Coach, 2 home games. First of all, Wednesday, Oklahoma State.
Well, Oklahoma State has, I said this before the season started, and it's still true, have one of the best front lines around. Very impressive team. Played well at home, not so well on the road, and I hope that continues. Everybody plays better at home, and I hope that continues for us too. But it'll be a tough game. They're a real challenge in there. And the thing I like about this week, Bill, is that we're the only team left in our league that can control their destiny for number 1. We win our 2 games this week. The Big 8 championship is ours. Oklahoma State's that first step. It'll be a tough game, I can assure you.
Is it a revenge factor for the players like it is for the fans?
Yes. I just said it right off. Okay. Yes. We've been looking forward to this game since the game was over in Stillwater. And I see no reason why our team won't be trumped up, why our fans won't be trumped up. I think there'll be electricity in the air, excitement at Lloyd Noble Arena on Wednesday night. Yes, we'll be ready to play. I can assure you of that.
And then, of course, Saturday, it all winds up the regular season with Nebraska.
And Nebraska is an improved team since we played them. But, we're in about the same position we were in last year going into the last couple of games. 2 losses. Still a chance to have a great season. Still a chance to be the Big 8 champion. And a good chance to do some good in the NCAA tournament. So we're still on a high note. I think that the loss to Missouri on Saturday certainly got our attention, and I think we're going to play better.
We'll support the Sooners this week. For Coach Tubbs, I'm Bill Teagan. See you next week on the Billy Tubbs Show.
The Billy Tubbs Show has been brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater, and in part by Oklahoma Tank Line. Billy Tubbs Wardrobe furnished by Harry Holchers of Norman. Classic clothing for men and women. Billy Tubbs Show. Brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater. And in part by Oklahoma Tank Line. And now, the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners, Billy Tubbs, with your host, Sportsline 9's Bill Teagan.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Billy Tubbs Show. A great week for the Sooners. 2 victories, Coach, in the Big 8 championship. You can't ask for much more in 1 week.
Well, you can't ask for anything more than the Big 8 championship in 1 week, unless it might be the national championship. But it was a great week, Bill. Win over Oklahoma State, the win over Nebraska, and it was kind of anticlimactic, though, because we really didn't know we'd won the Big 8 championship outright after the Oklahoma State game. We thought it would go to Saturday, and we found out late Wednesday night that we were the champions of the Big 8 conference. And then we come up with a semi-climatic game yesterday against Nebraska. But all in all, I have to say it was an outstanding week with 1 goal accomplished, Big 8 Conference Championship.
We'll talk more about the Big 8 tournament in a moment, but just quick quickly, this is got to be the most exciting time of the year when you really want to start peaking now.
Well, it really is, and this is what it's all about. This is what you work for. The conference championship, of course, is a big goal, and that's one thing you work for. But then the Big 8 Conference Tournament Championship, and most of all, the NCAA tournament. So it's called payoff time now.
There's some great basketball to show you. First of all, let's take a look. Wednesday night, Oklahoma State and Oklahoma from Lloyd Noble. 111-108. Coach, this was about as an exciting a game as you could hope for a fan anyway.
Well, it really was. I would think that the Missouri game and the Oklahoma State game had to be a couple of the better games in our arena this year.
Stacey King inside 27 points and picks up the foul, which he's done amazingly well all season long. Tony Martin inside 10 points. You had 5 players in double figures, Coach.
Well, it was a balanced attack, but Oklahoma State a tough team because they have such good athletes inside.
Well, there's Mike Bell with a slam off the alley-oop. Mookie Blaylock a three-pointer, and we talked last week about maybe he had a game or two that were off, but boy, he came on strong this week.
And he made a great play at the right time that maybe we'll see in the highlights.
The lead changed hands 11 times. Richard Dumas had a great game, 34 points. Oklahoma was up by 4 at halftime. Dumas, a great athlete, isn't he?
He is an outstanding player, but I said all along they have as good a front line as anybody around.
Boy, Andre Wiley had a great game, especially in the second half, and here he cans a jumper, 18 points.
He hit some baskets that were really key baskets. You know, it's one thing to get 18, but when they come at the right time, just like that shot by Mookie Blaylock right there.
Oh, this one, it was so emotional. It went back and forth, and every time you scored, it seemed OSU came back. But here's one of the big plays. I got a little nervous here, but Mookie seemed to be in control all the way.
This was the great play of the game from our standpoint. That's the play that won the basketball game right there.
Well, he knew just when to dish it off. Dumas couldn't get the final shot off. Oklahoma won at 111-108, and obviously a big victory in the Oklahoma State. You've talked about an improved team, and Andre Wiley, a nice game.
Andre had a great game, considering the circumstances, and he hit the plays when we needed them. But it got down to the fact, Bill, that we made the plays at the right time. You know, you said you were nervous. I was very concerned. Late in the game, we did not have the shot clock in our favor, and we ran as much time as we could so that Oklahoma State would not have much of a chance to retaliate. But Mookie Blaylock's play was one of the great plays of the season. He took the ball to the hole, made the great dish to Stacey for an uncontested layup. And that's called making the right plays at the right time, and that's how you win championships.
You talked about Oklahoma State being an improved team, which I just mentioned a moment ago, but you have to be happy, as you mentioned, with down the stretch. And you guys had a pretty good stretch there where you took a 12-point lead, then OSU came back and took the lead, but down the stretch, you made the shots when you needed to.
Well, that's been a characteristic of this team. Other than the 4 games we've lost, we've had a lot of games that's gone down to the last minute or so, and our guys have had that ability to make the key play. And that's why you have championship years. When you don't make those plays, you don't win the championship. So it's a great credit to our players.
Well, more basketball to talk about when we come back in the Billy Tubbs Show. It's Oklahoma-Nebraska in the final regular season game of the year. Saturday, it was Nebraska coming in for the final regular season game of the year. You mentioned kind of anticlimactic, but still it was a big day for your seniors, their final home game.
Well, it's a very sentimental day, Bill, because we have 5 seniors that's made a great contribution to Oklahoma basketball. 4 of them 2-year players because they were junior college players, and then Stacey King, a guy that's been with us for 4 years. And I tell you, it's a little tougher than the public might imagine to go out there and see those guys playing their last game. But I was very, very proud of our fans. First, with the weather like it was, with the student body gone on spring break, I really thought there'd be 5,000 or 6,000 people there. We had a full house, and I want our fans to know that from the bottom of our hearts, as the coaching staff, we appreciate the people coming out and supporting our program like that. So that was a plus, and it was a great day. The seniors started, and they did a great job.
Well, we're going to have a special look at the seniors in just a moment. First of all, highlights from Oklahoma, Nebraska. The Sooners were victorious, 103-76. Tyrone Jones, nice move in the drive. Boy, you're going to miss this guy, 18 points.
Well, Tyrone has had an outstanding year for us. I said all along he's one of our better shooters.
And he's starting to come back. And here's Mike Bell, nice play along the baseline after the pass from Blaylock. He had 16 points. Stacy, a typical game, I guess, 19 points.
Yeah, and most of them coming in the second half. We got it going late in the game, and maybe we can play Mike Bell and Stacy King together a little bit more.
Skeeter Henry, not a senior, but boy, a guy who has really come on strong.
He caught fire for us at one period in the first half and really put the game in control for us.
I tell you what, Mike Bell still gets the fans awfully excited, doesn't he?
I like that. Those are high percentage shots.
Bo Reed on a three-pointer for Nebraska. He had 17 at halftime. Oklahoma was up 49-42, but the Sooners really took control in the second half. Great drive right there.
Well, you know, if you're going to play well, play it in the second half, and we did. And Mookie got it going after a slow first half. Nice steal there. A great dunk by Andre Wiley.
I think Andre, everybody was waiting to see exactly what he was going to do with that one.
Well, you never know what Andre's going to do. That's why he's the creator.
That's right. Tyrone Jones, again, 8 of 16 from the field. End of the game coming up, Mike Bell with the slam. Oklahoma won it 103-76, and it was kind of a time to celebrate a little bit, cutting down the nets and letting the fans enjoy the success of the season, too, Coach.
Well, our 5 seniors participated in that, and it's a great way for them to go out, Bill.
Great game. Mookie Blaylock, well, it's typical. 2 steals, 22 points, blocks, assists, rebounds, 7 rebounds. He does everything. He's just been a terrific player.
Well, he's one of the leading rebounders in the guard category. He's averaging just about 5 rebounds a game, and that's almost what you expect your forward to have. Had a great game, and it's great to see our seniors go out in style, and they left our other players with something. And that's a 30-game win streak going at Floyd.
Well, that's a great thing, too. Momentum going into the Big 8 tournament. You obviously have that.
Well, I think that we're back to excitement time now. We're excited about the Big 8 tournament and postseason play. So this is what all the hard work's been all about, and we're going to be ready.
Okay, when we come back, it'll be our question of the week for Coach Tubbs when the Billy Tubbs Show continues. Welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show. It's time now for our question of the week, and joining us is Keith Price. Keith of Oklahoma Tank Lines. What are we going to talk about today?
Well, we got a real good question for you, Billy. But first, thank you for another great year of basketball, Oklahoma.
Well, thank you, Keith.
The question today comes from Kelly Varner from Blanchard, Oklahoma. He says, or asks, what do you have to do differently in preparing the team for the Big 8 tournament and the NCAA tournament as compared to just the regular season games?
Keith, there's not a lot of things that we do differently. The mental preparation is there. The thing that we really do, though, before you arrive at the tournament, we have to have our team ready to play all possible opponents. Now, that's not as tough in the Big 8 tournament because we played all those teams twice. But when we arrive at the site, we have to be totally prepared with our scouting reports and everything. NCAA tournament's a little bit different because when we go to the first round of the NCAA tournament, obviously we'll be prepared to play our first opponent because we know who that might be. But we also have to have practice and be ready to play that next opponent because it'll be one of 2 teams, and we have to be ready before we get there because you only have 1 day after the first game to prepare for that second one. So it's a little bit different than your normal season, but we've been through it before, and the experience will help us out.
Thank you, Coach.
Hey, thank you, Keith.
We appreciate that. We want you to get involved, and you letters keep coming in, so we appreciate that. Here's the address, the Billy Tubbs Show Question of the Week, Post Office Box 14159 here in Oklahoma City. The zip 73113. And, of course, if we use your question, you'll receive a Casio 400 Pocket Color television.
Well, Bill, this week we have Ben Lampkin with our law firm interviewing Pat and Taylor Tubbs and giving our viewers a little inside look at Oklahoma basketball behind the scenes, the scene with the Tubbs family.
Do the losses become easier, or did it become tougher, or is it about the same? Now, I can't believe that losing in that first year must not have been a little tougher than losing a game every once in a while now that you might expect to lose.
Well, you know, when we moved here, Billy had won quite a few games at Lamar, and we were not used to losing. And then we moved here, and we lose. And I think the family probably probably took it harder that year than we had before, because we hated to see him suffer the way he did over the losses. But he's a winner, and his losses really hurt him.
Give me a kind of average time a day, evening after a big win, and the average type of evening after a big loss. First you, Pat.
When we win, he usually doesn't get home until probably about an hour after the game, or maybe an hour and a half after the game, because of he talks to the players, and then he talks to the press, and he usually gets home about an hour and a half afterwards. And then sometimes there's people here waiting for him when he gets here, and then other times if not, well then we usually will go get a sandwich or something and then come back. And after everything kind of quietens down, then he starts watching the tape, and because they tape all the games, and he'll watch the tape, and sometimes it's 3:30 or 4 o'clock before he comes to bed.
Is there anything that stands out in your mind while you're growing up, a big win or a big loss?
I think the biggest one that stands out in my mind was the Final Four last year.
Is being in the family of a basketball coach in a major university, do you get to travel any more than you did when you were down at Lamar?
We get a lot of the Big 8 games, and so I get to see my dad probably more now than I did in high school, because in high school he was gone a lot on the out-of-town games, and now I get to go with him on the out-of-town games. So.
The family really has to sacrifice for a coach, doesn't it?
Well, that's the real key, Bill, and I'm fortunate that I have a great wife, daughter, and son that do a good job in supporting me. But they're the real team. Let's face it. Hey, they're the important people, and they do a great job.
And they're great people, too. And when we come back, we're going to take a look at tributes to the 5 Oklahoma seniors when the Billy Tubbs Show continues.
Bill, this year we had 5 outstanding seniors that played their last home game in Lloyd Noble Arena yesterday, and Heather Messick in the OU Athletic Department captured this on their final appearance at Lloyd Noble Arena.
tough. It's part of college athletics. Every year kids graduate, but it's always tough to say goodbye to those kids.
Oh, it really is, and those guys done a great job for us, Bill, and it gets a little more emotional out there than a lot of people expect, and guys don't always, they want to have the greatest game of their career in a situation like that, and they left us with a lot of great memories and a lot of great wins.
And hopefully more still to come. Let's talk about the top 10 this week, Coach. Many changes in your top 10?
You know, the top 10 is getting a little easier to pick each week, but we have a problem today in our picks. Let's go to the board and take a look at it, and I'll explain it. One of the problems, Bill, when we're doing the show, Indiana, Georgetown, and Illinois will all play.
It's going to be a soothsayer, don't you?
Yeah, so I'm taking a guess at this, and I'm saying before Sunday's game. Arizona right now is solid at number 1, and probably will end up that way because I don't think there's anybody in the league that can beat them. Indiana will be tested against Illinois, and they still have one tough game left on the road. Georgetown looking better all the time. Have Michigan at number 5. Now, none of those schools lost last week. As we roll to the next 5 in our top 10, Missouri still my number 6, but they had a loss this past week. North Carolina still is number 7. They had a loss last week. Syracuse number 8, but they can move up if they meet Georgetown, if they beat Georgetown. Duke will play North Carolina today. Who knows who's going to win that game? West Virginia lost, but I'm going to hang them in there in my top 10. So that's Billy's top 10. The tough decisions are going to be made by the NCAA committee. They're going to have to pick their top 64 and seed them all.
That's right. You've got the Big 8 tournament, of course, coming up beginning Friday in Kansas City. Your feelings on the way your team is playing as you head into that game?
Bill, we'll be excited about playing. This is a new season now. We put this last 2 seasons behind us. It's a new season. We'll be excited about playing. It's going to be a lot of fun. Great tournament for our fans.
What about the tournament in general? Any dark horses or surprises that you think might happen?
I think there will be a lot of surprises in the tournament because this is new life for everybody. And the only team that knows they're going to the NCAA tournament is the team that wins this. So some of the teams that have had bad seasons, if you want to call them that, or not as good a seasons as they'd like to have, will have renewed energy. They'll want to redeem themselves. So it's going to be a good, tough tournament.
Realistically, though, whether you win a game or not, whether Missouri wins a game or not, you guys are going to the NCAA tournament. Does that change anything how you approach it, or you think how the players approach the tournament?
I don't think it changes anything. We want to win the tournament. When you're a competitor, you want to win every game. You play for pride, and we have a lot at stake because the seed in the NCAA tournament will be determined a lot by what happens in this tournament.
Emotionally, the team, you kind of touched on it briefly, psyched up, ready to go. Do you worry about them getting too high for something like this?
No, I don't think that's going to happen because we have a very experienced team. We'll be ready to play. Our guys know how to get ready. I don't think we're ever too emotional for a game, but we should be peaking out physically and mentally right now. That's what we strive for from day one, is to be at our best physically and mentally for the Big 8 tournament and the NCAA tournament.
And, of course, the tournament again Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in Kansas City. The championship game begins about 3 o'clock. Sunday afternoon and about 5 o'clock, the NCAA berths are announced and the seeds, so it should be a great week of basketball. Hope you can get up there and watch the Sooners. For Coach Tubbs, I'm Bill Teagan. See you next week on the Billy Tubbs Show.
The Billy Tubbs Show has been brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater, and in part by Oklahoma Tank Lines. Billy Tubbs Wardrobe furnished by Harry Holshers of Norman. Classic clothing for men and women. firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater. And in part by Oklahoma Tank Line. And now, the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners, Billy Tubbs, with your host, Sportsline 9's Bill Teagans.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of the Billy Tubbs Show. Another unbelievable week for the Sooners. Coach, a one-point win on Thursday, and then a totally awesome performance on Saturday. This is the kind of week that can turn your hair gray, can't it?
Or let you get rid of what little hair you have, Bill. It was an outstanding week. Of course, we're still alive and well in the NCAA tournament, but we went from one end of the spectrum to the other end in two games. A very fortunate win against East Tennessee, and we'll talk about that later. And then I think one of our outstanding performances of the year against, I think, a very fine Louisiana Tech team. And our performance yesterday couldn't have come at a better time.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Going into the East Tennessee State game, how did you feel the team would play? I mean, could you sense that they were not sky high like they should be?
I thought we would play well, and I think we were ready to play, Bill, but I think maybe we had drifted into a conservative nature. And I almost think that at one point in time during the East Tennessee game that the problem was not trying hard enough, it was trying too hard. Sometimes you don't just relax and go out there and play. And I sensed going into that game that we would be ready to play. We weren't deceived by East Tennessee because I knew they had a very fine team and that they would pose some problems for us. And they certainly did. And it was just a great credit to our team that they could get in that situation and pull the game out. A lot of teams get in that situation and they go home and sit and watch the rest of the tournament on TV.
Well, that was a great comeback. So let's take a look at the highlights. Again, 72-71, Oklahoma in the first round of the NCAA tournament. Stacey had a great game off the glass for 2 points there. He had 28. But, boy, they came out and they were impressive, hitting some long-range shots.
You know, we knew going in they were a good three-point shooting team, but they had four guards. They handled the ball well, and we couldn't do anything with our press.
Well, it was good early in the game. Terrence Mullins down there, Oklahoma down by 4. But then some bad things started happening. Skeeter misses here, and the Buccaneers rebound, and here they go again.
Well, when you give people wide-open layups like this and fail to get back on defense, the things start to happen.
Dennis played very well. He's the guy that scored there. 20 points, played very well in the first half.
This Mookie got a couple of fouls early, and we took him out of the game. And the time I got him back in, I think we were 14 or 15 points down.
And as you mentioned, down by 17 at one point in the game. Stacey again with the turnaround, and then things kind of started to come back. Terrence Mullins will end up with a jumper, and Oklahoma then was down by 10, and you could kind of sense that the Sooners were on their way back there.
Well, I thought going in at halftime, I thought we were going to win the game, but I didn't feel good about our position.
Mookie with a jumper there, 15 points, and Stacey really played well, though, didn't he?
Yeah, and, I think Stacey had about 28 points, and he hit some big baskets for us when we made a run on him late in the game. You kind of get yourself in a hole, and they were taking 30 to 40 seconds off the clock every time they get the ball. There's the man, William Davis, that made some big plays for us down the stretch.
He really did, and had a good day rebounding as well. Greer, look at this bomb, and this was the one that they worked the ball down.
I think they took the clock down to about 3 seconds, the shot clock that time, and then hit one, and that breaks your heart. There's Tyrone Jones with a big three for us when we really needed some good things to happen.
And here's your first lead of the game, 1:40 to go.
William Davis missing the shot and tipping it back in. Did a great job on the boards for us.
Mookie drives the baseline, gets the bucket, and draws the foul. Pretty happy bench there. But
I think that was the last basket of the game right there.
It was.
It was a big win for us from the standpoint that we did come back to win. It was tough. They played a great game. We could talk about how bad we played, but they played a great game.
And Stacey with 28 points and 10 rebounds. Were you as concerned, or are you as concerned with the way that you had not played very well for about 2 to 3 weeks, and then obviously things turned around for you yesterday, but it's hard to figure this team out, isn't it, a little bit?
Well, yeah, but Bill, I've said often we played a very, very difficult schedule. We played, I think it was something like 16 games during the season against NCAA competition. And we've had a brutal schedule, and I think it wore on our players. And it wasn't a matter that they didn't want to or they didn't try. As I I said earlier, I think maybe we started trying a little bit too hard. But for the Louisiana Tech game, I was very happy that we kind of got the proper perspective on things and our priorities in order, and we just relaxed and went out determined to play Sooner basketball the way it should be played, and that's exactly what happened.
Boy, that's no lie there. That was a great game, and we're going to talk about the Oklahoma-Louisiana Tech game when the Billy Tubbs Show continues. Welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show, and on Saturday, of course, the great Oklahoma win over Louisiana Tech. You made an interesting comment, I thought, at the press conference yesterday following the game. You said the kids played Nintendo games, and you went out to the Grand Ole Opry and tried to get away from basketball a little bit.
Bill, at this time of year, and I guess really it builds up all through the season to this time of year, you get so hung up in basketball that you never can get away from it. We watch so much film and so much tape, and then we sit in front of TV and watch the teams we might be playing. And I asked our players on Friday and our coaches, too, to get away from the game. And after practice and after wrapping up our scouting reports that afternoon, our guys played the video games in their rooms and had a great time. And I, along with some of our staff members and wives and Toms, went to the Grand Ole Opry. And I tell you, it was great to get away from basketball for just 4 hours. Nobody's talking this team, that team. And I think it helped us. I think it gave us kind of a refreshed mental attitude, so to speak. And it paid off.
Well, it sure did. 124-81. That 124 points is a new NCAA tournament record. So let's take a look at the highlights. You were red hot right from the start. Terrence Mullen pitched a three-pointer. Your first 9 points, all off three-point shots.
Well, we went back to the three-point shot, but we went back basically to Sooner basketball, and Sooner basketball three-point shot's a big factor. I like those highlights with Mookie down there for the layup early. Great block by Skeeter Henry.
One of 9 OU blocks. Stacy King, 15 rebounds.
Well, now that's the thing. If Stacy wants to impress me, 15 or more rebounds always impresses me. That's a nice basket from where we needed at the head of the circle by Tony Martin.
Skeeter played well, 17 points. It's the jumper right there.
He not only shot the ball well, but he made some great defensive plays. Good rebound by Tony Martin. Nice outlet pass to Mookie.
Beautiful.
Great pass right there. I like that. This was a fun game, Bill. This is what basketball is all about, in my opinion.
I can imagine you enjoyed it a lot. Tyrone from three-point range.
Tyrone had the trigger ready to go and made some great shots out there. In fact, I think he had about 4 3-pointers in a row.
4 out of 6, yeah. Now, Mookie, he played like the old Mookie, didn't he?
Well, yeah, and our defense created that basket that we just saw. And look, here's Andre Wiley coming off of this steal in the basket. When our defense is going, Bill, our offense is going to be very productive.
Now, how's Terrence?
Terrence's nose is not broken. We thought at that time it was broken, and our physician said to hold him out if we possibly could, but he is not. I like that play. That was an awesome play. That's called taking it to the basket with a power move. I like that.
That was a power move at the end. Jason, look at this.
Hey, Jason got him a rebound and put it back in. It was good to see him getting back in the game.
This is the kind of day it was for everybody concerned at the end of the game.
Mookie started it with the three-point shot that bounced around and went in, and I got a good feeling about that, and he ended it with that kind of a three-point shot, and fun was had by all on the Sooner side. Landon, that's great. We got people concerned now. That looked like us. Great play, great hustle, but the attitude, everybody's what counted from the start. Got it going, great win.
And Mookie Blaylock, our hero, 34 points, 7 assists, 4 steals, and offensive rebounds, and he did just about everything you could ask.
He had a great game, and that's not surprising to Mookie, but I think right now Mookie is back with the Mookie Blaylock confidence that he displayed for so many games in this year, and maybe he'll start a run. It wouldn't be surprising because if you remember, he had a little spot during the season where he had about 5 or 6 games that he probably averaged 27, 28 points a game. Hopefully, he's off on another run. It couldn't come at a better time.
We kind of glossed over the fact you have now had back-to-back 30-victory seasons.
Bill, I forgot that at the press conference yesterday, but it was our 30th win of the season, which is kind of a milestone for us because we held the Big 8 record with 2 30-win seasons. Now this is 3 30-win seasons with back-to-back 30s. That's the way I like to call it. And kind of like a pitcher in baseball, you know, you set your sights on a 20-win season is a very good season, and that's true in basketball. But 30 is an exceptional season, so we've had 2 back-to-back 30-win seasons, and I'm really proud of our team and our players for, you know, accomplishing a great feat like that.
Well, and hopefully there are more still to come. And when we come back in the Billy Tubbs Show, our question of the week. And welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show. It's time now for our question of the week, our Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tawater question of the week. And this week's question is from Daryl Sally of Ardmore, Oklahoma. And, Coach, this one concerns the coaching staff. Daryl would like to know if you do most of the actual coaching, and then if you kind of farm things out, who has responsibility for what?
Well, Bill, all of us are involved in coaching, and by the way, let me throw this in. I think we have a great coaching staff. Jim Kerwin, Mike Mims, Mike Anderson, and Alan Boyd do a great job for us, and Alex Brown, our trainer, does a great job. But we have a lot of responsibilities delegated out. Mike Mims is our recruiting coordinator. He and Jim Kerwin do most of our recruiting. They're on the road at this time of year doing the recruiting, but they are in for games. When we're all on campus, Jim Kerwin works a lot with our 1s, 2s, and 3s. Mike Mims works, meaning those are positions on the floor, by the way. Mike Mims does a great job working with the 4s and the 5s, meaning the Stacey Kings, the Tony Martins, and the guys that play those positions. Mike Anderson is in charge of all scouting. He also does academics for us, which is a very, very important part. Mike coordinates our academics, but he's with me on the floor all the time. Mike Anderson probably only misses 4 to 5 days of practice a year when he's on the road scouting an opponent. Of course, a lot of this interlocks and it carryovers into other areas. Alan Boyd is our graduate assistant, and he's in charge of our managers, and it just goes on and on. But I think the guys that are with me do a great job, and we couldn't get anywhere without them, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate that question, so it gives us a chance to talk a little bit about the fine job that Mike and Jim and all of them do.
You know, a head coach at this level has so many things to do, speaking engagements and television shows and different things. Do you get to coach as much as you did, say, back on the NAI level?
Well, you get to coach, Bill, during practice, you know, the 2.5, 3 hours you have at practice. But honestly, you don't devote as much time as we used to when I coached on the NAIA level. Then you have a lot of time for coaching. We get the job done, but you would like to have more time.
Okay, well, if you'd like to be a part of our show, we invite you to send your questions into the Billy Tubbs Show Question of the Week, Post Office Box 14159 here in Oklahoma City. Our zip code is 73113. We get an unbelievable amount of cards and letters every week, and we appreciate that. Now, if we use your question, you'll receive a Casio 400 Pocket Color television. And again, our thanks today to Daryl Sally of Ardmore, Oklahoma, for his question. Okay, back to the NCAA tournament. Any big surprises for you so far, Coach?
No, there's always some big surprises, Bill, in the first-round games. I think when the major upsets occur, they're going to occur in the first-round games, like the South Alabama over Alabama, like almost the East Tennessee over Oklahoma, etc. If you look back through the years, those upsets are mostly occurring in the first round. Now, there'll be some upsets as it goes along, but the more you play, the more the better team, that's a bad term, but the better teams are going to come to the front.
You made an interesting point a few moments ago when we were talking during the break that in that first round, a lot of times teams can play with emotion, and you can win a game or two on emotion.
Emotion can only carry you so far. Like you said, East Tennessee can get up really high to play the game, and they have nothing to lose and everything to gain, and they get great emphasis with enthusiasm. But enthusiasm will only carry you so long. You got to go out and win some games when you're on a level plane, and our team's been pretty good at doing that.
Any dark horses that you see?
Well, of the 16 teams that are left, yeah, I see some people out there that could go all the way, and I think right now our bracket, or the Southeast tournament, is turning out to be one of the toughest ones because we're going to go against a very fine Virginia team, and it looks like that it's going to be between Michigan and North Carolina on the other side of the bracket. So let's say if we have North Carolina, Michigan, Oklahoma, and Virginia, that's a heck of a tournament right there. But I think when you get down to the 16 teams right now, any team that gets hot, shoots the ball well, gets the ball off the boards, could go all the way. Any one of these teams.
Well, it's going to be an interesting week coming up, and when we come back on the Billy Tubbs Show, we'll discuss Virginia, the upcoming opponent for the Sooners. And welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show. Lots of great basketball outside of the Sooners going on in our state, Coach.
Well, there really is. East Central, Tomato, Oklahoma, is playing for the national championship on Monday. NEO from Miami, Oklahoma, won the National Junior College Championship, and our congratulations go out to NEO, and our best wishes go out to Wayne Cobb's East Central team, and we hope that they win it and bring back the national championship honors to the state of Oklahoma.
And that's coming up, as a matter of fact, Monday night. Now, let's take a look back at an exciting week for the Sooners with our photo essay.
Today, I woke up by myself. I hit the street. I wondered what should I do. I never noticed from the start that I could feel alive again. Magic I could never felt before. I imagine it's always been there. There's an angel looking after me. Angel baby, give me more and more and I never noticed from the start that I could feel alive again. That I could feel alive. Magic like I never felt before. I imagine that it's always been there. There's an angel looking after me. Angel baby, give me more and more and like I never felt before. I imagine that it's always been there. There's an angel looking after me.
You watch those highlights every day, couldn't you?
Every day. That's a lot of fun. A great, great win, and now we go on from there.
Well, speaking of going on, we've got some young basketball players who I'm sure are looking forward to basketball season, and you've got some interesting information on that.
I tell you, Bill, basketball season never ends. Right now we're getting close to the end of our season, and we're also getting close to getting ready, I'm using that word too much, for a basketball camp where youngsters will be able to attend and learn some fundamentals of the game.
Well, I think we've got some information to show you about more information if you're interested. And it's the Billy Tubbs Basketball Camp, 2900 Jenkins Avenue in Norman, Oklahoma, 73019. And if you'd like to call and get more information, that's area code 405-325-4732, and those folks can answer all the questions.
Those camps will be coming up all across the state about the 1st of June. Things will start happening in basketball again.
And they'll be happening for the Sooners again this week. Let's talk a little bit more in detail about Virginia. Coach, you got to see them play yesterday.
I'm very impressed with Virginia, Bill. They're a strong physical team. They really bang in there on the boards. They have excellent guard play. Morgan, who's been a standout throughout the season for Virginia, had back-to-back 33-point games in the Southeast region. And the guard, anytime you have good guard play, you're in business, and they have two excellent guards. They're big and strong inside. They're capable of putting 100 points on the board because they scored 100 in both of their games this past week. So it'll be another difficult assignment, but they get tougher from here instead of easier.
Do you think then that they will run with you, or at least try to?
Yeah, I really do. I think we'll get involved in a running game because I think that they feel like they have an opportunity to run with us. When you start hitting the teams now, unless you play Villanova, everybody thinks they can win, so they go right at each other's throats.
You got to see Virginia a year ago. Was that playing any part in this one?
You know, we had a nice game against Virginia and Hawaii last year, and Virginia's a team you don't figure you're going to score 100 points against, but we had about 130 against them in a nice win last year. But this will be a different season and a different game. They're a better team this year than they were last year.
Quickly, I know the game yesterday had to be a great, though, impetus for you to move on now to this week.
I think it reminded us that we can still play senior basketball the way it's meant to be played. Our defense was excited and really got after it, and we're going to need more of that to stay in the tournament and to get to our final destination.
Okay, and again, Oklahoma, Virginia on Thursday. At the time of this taping, we're not sure what time the game begins yet. It'll be Thursday evening sometime, and we'll have it on sports throughout this week. For Coach Billy Tubbs, I'm Bill Tegan. See you next week on the Billy Tubbs Show.
The Billy Tubbs Show has been brought to you by the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater, and in part by Oklahoma Tank Lines. Billy Tubbs Wardrobe furnished by Harry Holshers of Norman. Classic clothing for men and women.
I'm Lynn Wagner. Monday on TV9 Morning, renowned jewelry designer Henry Dene. Also details on how to select and care for pet rabbits, and details on the upcoming Redbud Classic. That's all coming up at 6 a.m. Monday morning on TV9.
By the law firm of Lampkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater, and in part by Oklahoma Tank Lines. And now, the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners, Billy Tubbs, with your host, Sportsline 9's Bill Tegan.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Billy Tubbs Show. A disappointing week for the Sooners with the loss to Virginia in the NCAA tournament. And unfortunately, Coach, no matter how successful you've had a season, it seems like the only coach that is happy going into the summer is one guy.
There's no question about that, Bill. When the NCAA tournament starts, you know that there's going to be 63 teams and 63 coaches that end the season on a disappointing note, and only one is going to end it on a happy note. But, you know, as you go through the season, there's certain forms of judgment you can make on your team because, like we say, only one team's going to win. But I'm very proud of our team this year. I think we had a great season. In fact, it feels kind of strange today, Bill, that we're not planning for a game, and I don't have to run home and look at tapes and get ready to prepare for another opponent. I wish we were doing that. But finally, the season's over, and we wrap up this season and then get ready for a season ahead of us next year with recruiting and all the things out there that are left undone.
Well, we're going to talk about recruiting in a moment. First of all, about Virginia. Going into the game, you were very concerned about their guard play, and they did shoot the ball unbelievably in the first half.
Well, you play an NCAA tournament, it's going to be dictated by your guards. Of course, you have to have good inside play, but Virginia's guards had 3 great games in the NCAA tournament. The 2 in the first and second round, and then they had a great game against us. Unfortunately for Virginia, their guard play did not hold up because I think they took their play about as far as they could, and they lost to a very fine Michigan team. But Virginia had an outstanding game against us. They just didn't make mistakes, but most of all, they shot and hit way too many free throws, and that's really the turning point in the game.
36-9 in free throws. Now, I don't want you to get all upset about the officials, but if you look back, that was the game.
Well, it really was, and that's not a normal game for the Sooners. We're usually pretty close in there with the number of free throws we shot, and I really can't lay the blame on the officiating. We had our opportunities to win the game, and I thought down in the last 3 or 4 minutes of the game, when the game was really up for grabs, the officials didn't make any calls that I thought hurt us. Virginia just beat us, and that's the thing that we have to accept and go from there.
86-80 was the final. Let's take a look at the highlights from Lexington, Kentucky. A beautiful place to play basketball, and Terrence came out and gave you a 3-2 lead right off the bat.
I thought Terrence was going to have a good night from three-point range from the practice the day before. That's the problem right there, Bill. We talked about the fouls, but Virginia whipped us on the backboards and a lot of offensive rebounds. A nice play by William Davis.
Davis played very well at times this year. Do you look for bigger and better things?
Oh, yeah, he'll be a better player for us next year.
Here he comes up with a loose ball again, puts it back up. Oklahoma by 1 at that point, and Mookie didn't have one of his better days, but he comes up with the steal here and works it with Mullins.
Well, Mookie had a tough time seeing the game in the second half. That was a great play by Mookie and Terrence Mullins right there.
Crotty, their point guard, did a good job, 14 points. And Morgan, Richard Morgan, the outstanding shooter.
Boy, that shot doesn't look like it'll go, but it always finds a way in.
Mookie misses a three-pointer here, but watch Tony Martin. I'm not sure if it was him or the Virginia Cavalier, but we'll take the point.
It went in. That's what's important.
Alley-oop coming up here to Mike Bell, who came off the bench for about 4 points. Nice play right there, tied it up.
Well, we had things going for us right in here.
Mookie hits the three-pointer, and those were his only points of the first half. You mentioned the injury. We're going to watch that in a moment, but Smith is an outstanding player, isn't he?
He had a great game on plays like that, and we did not do the job we needed to do defensively on it.
Now, here's where Mookie got hurt, Coach.
This really hurt us, Bill, because from this point on in the first half, we did not score. And Mookie was really getting active defensively at this particular point in time.
Here it is in slow motion.
You know, it amazes me. The guy whacked him twice, and they forgot to call a foul even on that play.
And Smith gets breaks open here at 28 points. At halftime, Virginia was on top by the Sooners 42-37. How'd you feel at halftime?
Well, bad. But, you know, it wasn't a thing of panic because we'd been in that situation before. I still thought we were going to win the game. But you can't win the game when you continue to give up offensive rebounds like that right there.
And they got a lot of key ones. Here we go. Stacy gets this one, puts it back in, played very well in the second half.
Well, Stacy had 20-something points in the second half. Stacy only had 2 points in the first half.
Unusual for you to have just 5 points at halftime from your two All-Americans.
Usually we're not in the game if that happens, but we were in the game at this point in time.
Stacy finished with 22 points. Skeeter Henry put Oklahoma on top here with 72-69. About 5 minutes to go. Looked like you were back in control.
I thought we had the game right here, and I think this is the point in time when Morgan, the guard, comes down and puts a couple of three-pointers in, and that really turned the game for us.
This is the one that tied it. Look at that.
Knocks that down. There's not much you can do about that. We did have a man on him, and this play right here really broke our back by Crotty. I think that put them up 5 or 6 points, and we never did gain control.
86-80 was the final against Stacey King, our hero, 22 points, 6 rebounds, and had a great second half. As you look back on the season, obviously it's a disappointment to lose that game, but you know, you had so many tight games we talked about earlier. You look back at the week where you played Missouri, Arizona, you've regained the #1 spot. I think the team peaked too soon, maybe?
No, I don't think we peaked too soon, Bill. I think one thing that happened to us, we had probably the most difficult schedule that we've had at Oklahoma. And I'm really proud of our players because I think we did a great job through that schedule. But you can only go against tough people so many times when you start to break down somewhat. You need some breathers in there. And we hit a certain point in our schedule where a team that maybe should have been a breather was not a breather because close games wear you out. If you wanted to compare this season with last season, our winning margin was greater last year, and it keeps you fresher. When you just go out there and butt your head every day in a tough game, you're going to break down at some point in time. And I think that's what happened to us. Yet, I think with the type of schedule we play, anytime you go out there and win 30 games, and most of all, win the Big 8 Conference Championship for the second or for 2 times in a row, or 2 in a row if you want to call it, that has to say a lot for our players.
I don't know, can you compare losses, compare this one to what happened last year in the championship game?
Well, any loss is devastating. And when you get in the NCAA play and you really think that you have a legitimate shot at making the Final Four again, and that was our goal, it's really a disappointing loss. It's, I would say devastating is a proper word, but, you know, it's tough to compare how
Madness is still going on, and when we come back on the Billy Tubbs Show, we'll talk more about the NCAA tournament.
The seeds have pretty well held up, with I think maybe one exception. All the 1 and 2 seeds were remaining. The NCAA committee did a very good job of putting the tournament together and seeding it. And the excitement really starts this week with the Final Four.
You know, you mentioned when we were talking a few moments ago, the UNLV with their shocking win over Arizona, and they came out obviously determined to win that. Virginia the same case with you, and then the next game did not play very well.
Well, sometimes when you have upsets in the tournament, the team that gets by with the upset has spent so much energy in winning that game, and they're so happy with the win that they let down in the next game. Virginia, for example, I thought had to feel that was a great win against Oklahoma, and they put a lot of effort in it, and they were not able to come back and play with that same intensity against Michigan. The same thing would happen with the UNLV-Arizona game. I think maybe that game in and game out, UNLV is a better team than Seton Hall, but they had spent everything on the Arizona game, meaning UNLV, so they didn't have anything left for Seton Hall. That happens a lot in the tournament.
How do you improve the tournament? Is there any way? Do you like the 64-team format? Do you see any changes there?
I think we have a great tournament, and there's always room for improvement, but I think we have it going, and I think it's one of the most exciting events in the world in sports.
What about the Final Four? Now, you've talked all year about Michigan and how great a team they are. Illinois, you've talked a lot about. As we tape, Georgetown is still not in it, but who else am I? Seton Hall. What do you think about the Final Four?
Well, you know, Bill, it really gets down. Remember when we came back from Maui, I said I felt that Michigan was probably the best team in the nation. And when they have everything going, I think they're almost unstoppable. They do so many things well. I've been impressed with Illinois all year. And so you do have two Big Ten teams, and that's going to be a great game because it's the Kansas-Oklahoma syndrome because Illinois has beaten Michigan twice this year. Now they have to go to Seattle and do it for a third time, which is going to be very tough. And then you'll have two teams from the Big Ten against each other, and two teams most likely from the Big East if Georgetown wins. But it's going to be a great tournament. I think Georgetown, as I look at the tournament would pose more problems for an Oklahoma team than anyone else. Georgetown has an intimidating inside defensive game that creates a lot of problems and changes the game around quite a bit. And I wouldn't be surprised if Georgetown doesn't win it all, but keep in mind, not very good at picking winners.
Okay, well, we've got a lot more ahead on the Billy Tubbs Show. When we come back, we're going to have our question of the week. And welcome back to the Billy Tubbs Show. It's time now for our Lampton, McCaffrey, and Powwater question of the week. And this week's question is from Stacy Weaver of Norman, Oklahoma. She writes, Coach, could you tell me how you go about recruiting players, and do you only go by their statistics, or do you actually go out and see them play?
Bill, we don't have enough time on this show to tell you about recruiting players, but I would say that Mike Mims is a recruiting coordinator along with Jim Kerwin. They do our recruiting. Yes, we go out and see those players. How we recruit them, it's not really difficult to find out the best players in each state, the best players in the nation. Jim Kerwin and Mike Mims do a great job of finding out where the youngsters are. Then we send them questionnaires to see if they're interested in the University of Oklahoma. We make phone contact with them. And starting right now and through the summer, all of our coaches are out watching young men play all over the nation. So we never recruit a youngster that we haven't seen play. And if somebody brings a guy to our attention, we go out and watch him play. Then if we like him and think that he's interested in Oklahoma, then we invite him in for a visit. And then we would go back and go in his home and visit with him and his parents. And it's quite a long and drawn-out process, but the problem is not finding the players. That's the easy part. The toughest part is getting the players to your school.
Right. How much emphasis, Coach, do you place on, say, character, players' character and his grades?
That's very important. Right now with Proposition 48, grades are very important because if he doesn't project and he's not eligible academically, then he can't play for you. So when we contact the youngster, the first thing we want to know is how are your grades? And if I was talking to players out there right now, I would say, hey, get to work in the classroom because it's going to be very, very important in your career. So we check the grades out, and I like the people on our team. I think that our character is good on our team, and that is very important in it too. All of those things go into consideration along with the youngster's basketball ability. But the basketball ability is the thing that gives us the first attraction when we check the other things out there.
Well, we thank Stacy Weaver of Norman for her question, who wins a Casio 400 Pocket Color television for the question of the week. And we'd, of course, like to thank all who have been writing in this year. I bet we got close to or over 1,000 letters, so a lot of people have been interested in your opinions about a lot of things.
Well, we appreciate the questions. We've had very good questions, Bill, and I just wish we could have gotten more of them.
Let's talk a little bit more about recruiting. Early signing dates, you signed 3 players. How many more do you hope to sign, and what are you looking for?
Bill, we'll sign probably 3 to 4 more players, and we're looking for people in the guard position. We need help there. We're like a lot of people throughout the nation. We're like that big center. But I don't see a real big center left out there. Maybe 1 or 2 that are available at this time. And we always need forward. So really, we're basically looking at people at just about every position.
When you bring people in, obviously, outside of junior college players, you pretty much can't think I'm going to have to redshirt if he's a freshman, I assume.
Not always. We've had a lot of guys play for us as freshmen. Remember, Stacey King started his first game. Wayman Tisdale started freshman, made All-American as a freshman. So there's certain freshmen that have better chance coming and playing basketball than probably any other sport. They're real outstanding freshmen.
So the future for the Sooners looks good. You feel confident?
I'm excited about next year. You know, this year is over, and we quickly turn to next year. Our coaches are out on the road recruiting to finalize our recruiting and get ready for next year. But I'm excited about next year's team. I think we're going to have a blue-collar team, hard-working. I think we'll be tougher physically. And Sooner basketball is here to stay, so we're really excited about it. We have some outstanding young men already signed that are going to play for the Sooners that we're looking forward to.
Okay, when we come back on the Billy Tubbs Show, we'll take a final look back at the 1988-89 season. Basketball never ends for a coach. You've got a camp coming up here shortly.
In about another month and a half, we will have Billy Tubbs Sooner Basketball Camp, and we welcome the youngsters that want to improve their fundamentals, learn a lot about Sooner basketball and the way we think the game should be played. It's a championship basketball camp.
And for information, we've got an address and a phone number if people would like to get more information. The Billy Tubbs Basketball Camp, 2900 Jenkins Avenue in Norman, 73019. The phone number is 325-4732. Well, we talked about the future of the Sooners a moment ago. What about the future of the coach? We keep hearing things about Kentucky.
Well, Bill, you know, my policy has never changed in 12 years. I listen, but I do not seek jobs. And right now, I'm going to be at Oklahoma. And that's the direction that I'm looking at, and that's what we're working on. We're out talking to the recruits about the University of Oklahoma, and that's what I plan to do. It's kind of, I guess you could say, flattering to have your name mentioned in some other jobs. But, you know, I've always listened, but I don't look, and I'm not looking right now. I'm very happy University of Oklahoma. I like our program. I think we have our program at a great point. And it's an exciting time in senior basketball. And by the way, Bill, let me take time to thank all the great people that supported senior basketball this year. We had a lot of people go to Nashville, Tennessee, and on to Lexington, Kentucky. And my thanks goes out to those people and from our team and our coaching staff and all those great people that won some games for us in Lloyd Noble Arena. I still say that when our crowd is really right, there's no tougher place for another team to play than Lloyd Noble Arena, and it's a great place for us.
Well, the 88-89 season was a great one, and our photo essay today takes a look back.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I never knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Well, it was a great season, and we'd like to thank you for watching the Billy Tubbs Show. Coach, thanks for your help, and we'll see you next year in the Billy Tubbs Show. So long, everybody.
The Billy Tubbs Show has been brought to you by the law firm of Lamkin, McCaffrey, and Tallwater, and in part by Oklahoma Tank Lines. Billy Tubbs Wardrobe furnished by Harry Holchers of Norman. Classic clothing for men and women.
Let's be up, let's be ready, let's stay sharp, and at some point you say, hey, fellas, let's just go out and win this ball game. We have a chance to win the national championship.
I would have done anything in the world just to be a part of it. It was just like a dream come true.
It's just a great feeling. It's just so undescribably delicious.
Well, I'll tell you, it's kind of a sad moment.
Winning the SC championship is probably the finest thing that's ever happened to me since having a wife and a family and a mother and father.
ESPN presents the 1988 Final Four. Highlights of the NCAA Basketball Championship. And welcome once again to ESPN's Look Back at the Final Four. I'm Bob Lee, and this time we take a look back at 1988. Certainly a lot of history. The 50th Final Four in Kansas City. History was in the air for the Duke Blue Devils. It was their second visit in 3 years to a Final Four. There was Arizona, the team that had blitzed through the West. Oklahoma, the team with the outstanding offense, and yes, a defense to match this time around. And there was the long shot, Kansas, an hour's drive away out in Lawrence, Kansas, with the player of the year, Danny Manning, with all the rumors swirling about the immediate future of its head coach, Larry Brown, and lots of emotion on the side of Kansas. Just a second, we'll take a look at the semifinals. Duke and Kansas, a rematch of the game they played in the Final Four in Dallas in 1986. And the other semifinal, the one that all us experts in Kansas City said should have been the championship game. And the winner, of course, would surely be national champion, Arizona and Oklahoma. We'll take a look at Saturday's games right after this.
With a rematch, favored Duke 28-6 against Kansas, which had lost 11 games during the regular season, including one to Duke in overtime. Larry Brown's Jayhawks had also lost to Mike Krzyzewski's Blue Devils in the semifinals of the 1986 Final Four. But Kansas had one edge in playing only 40 miles from its own campus, and another in Danny Manning, whose layup made the score 7-0. Duke went scoreless for more than 4 minutes into the game. The Atlantic Coast Conference champions missed their first 5 shots, failed to score their first 9 trips down the court. Kansas, led by the All-America Manning, was as hot as Duke was not. Scooter Berry's nifty pass paid off when Manning tipped in the rebound, 9-0. Milt Newton, a reserve until senior Archie Marshall was injured during the regular season, was almost as impressive as Manning in the first half. Newton made 5 of his first 7 shots, and his driving layup 4.5 minutes into the game stretched Kansas' lead to a stunning 14-0. With almost 5 minutes gone, Duke finally scored. Sophomore Ala Abdelnaby's hook shot ending the drive. Manning had suffered through the most frustrating game of his college career in the 1986 semifinal, held by Duke to 4 points then, but barely 5 minutes into this game, Manning jammed home his 5th and 6th points. After Kansas widened its lead to 18-2, Duke's All-American Danny Ferry, who had missed his first 3 shots, hit 2 baskets in a row, cutting the Jayhawk lead to 12 points. But if Duke had hopes of an early comeback, Kansas dashed them with a surge of 6 straight points. The last 2 on Chris Piper's drive, giving the Jayhawks an 18-point lead, their biggest of the game. But Duke wasn't about to give up. The Blue Devils made 6 of their next 7 shots, including 3 driving layups in a row for Kevin Strickland, the senior guard. Duke fans, who had seen their team rally from far behind to beat Kansas in their regular season meeting, sensed another comeback when a few seconds before halftime, Quinn Snyder rolled in a layup that cut the deficit to 11 points, hardly an insurmountable margin. After all, in the East Finals, Duke had come from 10 points down to eliminate Temple, the country's top-ranked team. But the second half started like the first. Kevin Pritchard's drive triggered a burst of 8 straight Kansas points, and Duke missed his first 8 shots after the intermission. Milt Newton, despite being guarded by Billy King, Duke's defensive wizard, was well on his way to a 20-point performance. And if that wasn't enough to dismay Blue Devil fans, Danny Manning, who led both teams with 6 blocked shots and 10 rebounds, was on his way to a 25-point game. Duke's Danny Ferry scored 6 straight points to reduce a 16-point deficit to 10 with 12 minutes to play. With 8 minutes to go, the difference was down to 5 points, and the Blue Devils and their fans were up. Newton quieted the Duke crowd momentarily with a dazzling behind-the-back pass that set up a driving layup for Chris Piper. But Kansas still couldn't relax, not with a mere 7-point lead with 5 minutes left. Duke's defense tightened. Kansas' poise wavered, and the Blue Devils seemed to be on the brink of turning the game around. Quinn Snyder set up Kevin Strickland for a fast break dunk that reduced the Jayhawks' lead once again to 5 points. Then Danny Ferry, with a steal and a breakaway, lifted Duke to within 3 points of Kansas with 4 minutes still on the clock. Now it was Kevin Pritchard's turn for heroics. The Jayhawks sophomore guard tossing up an improbable shot that managed to fall through. Kansas again led by 5. But with 2.5 minutes to go, Duke once more sliced the margin to 3. Snyder connecting from the baseline. But the Blue Devils never got any closer. They had a chance when Pritchard missed a layup, but Manning rose to the occasion as he had all game, taking the rebound for the basket that destroyed Duke's comeback. Kansas made 7 foul shots in the last 2 minutes and wrapped up a 66-59 victory that propelled Larry Brown, in his third Final Four in only 7 years of college coaching, into the championship game for the second time. Only 2 months earlier, Kansas was 12-8, but now Brown was 1 victory from his first NCAA title and Kansas second. That the second semifinal, Arizona, ranked second in the country, against Oklahoma, ranked 4th, was really the championship game, the critical matchup in the Final Four. Oklahoma, coached by Billy Tubbs, and Arizona, coached by Luke Olson, had never before met in basketball, but each knew the other was explosive. Oklahoma had averaged 104 points a game. But Oklahoma fizzled in the opening minutes, missing 5 of its first 6 shots. Only Harvey Grant's jumper saved the Sooners from being shut out in the first 4.5 minutes, as Arizona spurted to a 9-2 lead. Anthony Cook started the Arizona surge, connecting on his first 3 shots. All-America Sean Elliott kept the surge going. He made his first 5 shots. The Wildcats fans thought they couldn't miss. But then Oklahoma and its pressing defense took command. Mookie Blaylock's steal led to a layup for Dave Seeger. And while Sooner fans were still savoring Mookie's nifty theft, Ricky Grace came up with another. The Sooners, after missing 8 of their first 10 shots, made 7 of their next 10. The Oklahoma pressure, though, didn't always work. When Sean Elliott beat the press for a driving layup 8 minutes into the game, Arizona regained the lead 13-12. Coach Olson celebrated, but his Wildcats never led again. 8.5 minutes into the game, Stacey King's jumper moved Oklahoma ahead for good. King had 12 points in the first half, matching Elliott's output for Arizona. Neither team was very effective from long range. Only 7.5 minutes remained in the first half when Oklahoma's Seeger hit the game's first 3-pointer, widening his team's lead to 6 points. Arizona suddenly lost its shooting touch. After making 9 of its first 14 shots, the Wildcats missed 12 of the next 14. Arizona's sharpshooting guard, Steve Kerr, who'd made more than half of his 3-point shots all season, tried 6 in the first half and missed 5 of them. Oklahoma, on the other hand, sank 7 of 9 shots in a 6-minute stretch. Andre Wiley hit 2 of the baskets, and the Sooners raced to a 14-point lead. Arizona's decline mirrored the fortunes of its start. Sean Elliott, who couldn't miss at the beginning, missed his last 6 shots of the first half. Sooner fans were ecstatic. Arizona, which had come into the Final Four with a 15-game winning streak, which had won its 4 tournament games by an average of 27 points, was down by 12 at the half. Oklahoma, the Big 8 champions, hoped the second half would be just like the first. But Lute Olson told his Arizona players it had to be different. 3 minutes into the second half, Olson's message got through. Arizona ran off 13 points to Oklahoma's 4, sinking 4 straight shots in a minute and a half. Judd Bushler came off the Wildcat bench and sank the first 2 shots he took, the second at the end of this dazzling display of teamwork. Arizona was clearly on its way back, and when Elliott ended a 7-minute personal drought with a driving dunk, the Wildcats drew within 3 points, 51-48, with almost 13 minutes left in the game. But that was as close as Arizona would get. Oklahoma scored 7 of the next 8 points, and when Harvey Grant caught fire, He scored 8 of his 21 points in a 5-minute spurt. The Sooners opened some breathing room. Starting with Grant's shot, the Sooners outscored Arizona 12-3 during the next 3 minutes and were never again seriously threatened. Mookie Blaylock, the quick-handed guard, alertly contributed to the Oklahoma rally. Coach Tubbs was delighted, even though, for a change, he knew his team was not going to reach the 100 mark. With 1 minute and 41 seconds remaining in the game, Arizona drew within 8 points on Anthony Cook's jumper. But that was the Wildcats' last gasp. Oklahoma promptly took the ball down court. And when Andre Wiley, who came off the bench to score 11 points, made the layup, that opened the gap to 10 points. Oklahoma fans rejoiced. Only 3 months after the Sooners played for the National Football Championship in the Orange Bowl, they were going to play for the National Basketball Championship in Kansas City. Billy Tubbs, in his first Final Four, was going to the final game, hoping that his team would fare better than the football team. His Sooners had every reason to dance. They'd faced Kansas twice during the regular season and had beaten them twice by 8 points each time. Big 8 teams were in the NCAA championship game, and with the game being played in the heart of Big 8 country, Kemper Arena was packed with partisans, most of them rooting for Kansas. But if the Jayhawks had the edge off the court, the Sooners certainly seemed to have the edge on. Larry Brown's Kansas team had no national ranking at the end of the regular season, and no team had ever lost 11 games and won the national championship. From the opening tip-off, it took Oklahoma precisely 6 seconds to score, even faster than its usual pace. Mookie Blaylock hitting on a jump shot. It took Kansas 30 seconds to get even. Danny Manning picking up right where he left off against Duke. The tone of the first half was set. The first 6 shots the teams took, 4 by Kansas, went in. Kevin Pritchard made the first 3 shots he took, all jumpers. Milt Newton, who blocked 2 Oklahoma shots in the half, was equally as impressive at the offensive end. With a fine pass from Pritchard, Newton was on his way to a perfect 5-for-5 first half. But Newton was hardly the only master marksman. Kansas, almost unbelievably, made 20 of its first 24 shots, 83%, yet couldn't pull away from Oklahoma. The Sooners' Dave Seeger took 8 3-point shots in the first half and made 6 of them. 9 times before the intermission, the lead changed hands. 7 times the score was tied. The pace, the play was stunning. Pritchard's steal set up this Kansas basket. A remarkable driving, twisting, spinning maneuver by Newton. The difference between the two teams was never more than 6 points. It grew to 5 for the first time when Clint Normore, a football player who wasn't even on the Kansas roster at the start of the season, drove in for his first postseason basket. Oklahoma's shooting cooled off. During one 5-minute stretch, the Sooners missed more shots than Kansas missed during the entire first half. But still, the Sooners trail by only 2 points after Stacey King turned a layup into a 3-point play. Oklahoma fans hoped it would be just a matter of time until their superior athletes wore down Kansas. But Manning was more than a match for the Sooners' manpower. The 6'10" senior was awesome. But Kansas supporters were accustomed to Manning's heroics. 4 steals in the first half, 7 rebounds, 14 points, and this assist, setting up Clint Normore's second postseason basket. Neither Larry Brown nor anyone else was accustomed to heroics from Normore. He joined the team only after assorted injuries and academic difficulties had decimated the roster. Kansas managed to hold the lead for 7 straight minutes until, with 8.5 minutes left in the half, Blaylock's 3-pointer tied the score at 33. But then the unlikeliest of heroes came through again. Normore, who had not scored even 1 point in the Jayhawks' 5 previous postseason games, pumped in a 3-pointer. giving him a total of 7 points in 6 minutes. But Oklahoma then scored 6 straight points. The Sooners' Stacey King, who was accustomed to scoring, came up with a steal and a driving dunk that gave Oklahoma a 3-point lead, its biggest of the half, 39-36. Dave Seeger scored the next 9 Oklahoma points. He scored them in a 3-minute spurt when he took 3 3-point shots and made all of them. The third gave the Sooners a 3-point lead with under 2 minutes remaining before the intermission. Kansas bounced right back, scored the next 5 points, 2 of them when Manning, his long arms everywhere, stole the ball, loped the length of the court, and floated in to score. He was no more excited than the Kansas fans, who were beginning to suspect that, against all odds and all logic, the Jayhawks might upset the Sooners. 22 seconds before halftime, Oklahoma caught up. Ricky Grace, off balance, falling away, hitting the Sooners' 6th basket in their final 8 shots of the half. It was Oklahoma's kind of half, a 100-point pace, but it was, surprisingly, all even. Only one game all year in which it had scored more than 80 points, and Kansas, even playing in its own backyard, knew that it would have to slow down the Sooners in the second half, especially after Manning picked up his 3rd personal foul in the early seconds of the half. Larry Brown didn't dare take Manning out of the game, didn't dare risk giving Oklahoma the opportunity to explode. Manning stayed in, and Manning produced. He rebounded fiercely. He outscored everyone. He did everything but lead the cheer. Oklahoma clearly had the more balanced attack. Every man in the Sooners' starting lineup scored in double figures. Stacey King wound up with 17. Still, Kansas held the Sooners to 4 points in the first 4 minutes after intermission. And when Manning hit his jump shot, the Jayhawks held a 4-point lead, 58-54. Then, in the next 4 minutes, the momentum shifted. Oklahoma outscored Kansas 11-2. When Mookie Blaylock broke free for a layup, Oklahoma coach Billy Tubbs could almost taste victory. The Sooners had never won an NCAA title, had reached the Final Four only twice, the last time in 1947. But when Stacey King's jump shot lifted Oklahoma into a 5-point lead with 12 minutes to play, the Sooners could hardly contain their excitement. Tubbs tried to calm his team down, but even he didn't suspect that King would not score another point, that the Sooners would manage only 14 points the rest of the game, only 1 point more than Manning scored during that time all by himself. The last quarter of the game was played at a pace Kansas dictated, a deliberate pace that conserved the Jayhawks' ebbing energy and disrupted the Sooners' rhythm. Oklahoma went almost 5 minutes without a field goal and took only 3 shots in that time. Manning, who never did pick up a 4th personal foul, who led all scorers with 31 points, clearly was in command. Newton, who wound up 6 for 6, took only 1 shot in the second half. Kevin Pritchard, who wound up 6 for 7, made the shot that, with 5.5 minutes to play, put Kansas in front for good, starting a streak of 6 straight Kansas points. Manning contributed mightily at both ends of the court. He had 2 block shots, as well as 5 steals and 18 rebounds. Oklahoma's fans could see their dream of a national championship fading away for the 2nd time in 3 months. Kansas, of course, had a rich basketball tradition, sprinkled with names such as Naismith, Fogg Allen, Rupp, Chamberlain, and Dean Smith. But for this one night at least, Manning outshone them all. He gave Kansas a 4-point lead. Then, with a little more than 3 minutes to go, Chris Piper, who, like Manning, went to Lawrence High School, gave Kansas a 6-point lead, matching its biggest of the game. Now it was the KU fans who sensed victory. Oklahoma was struggling. Seeger went cold, missing 4 of 5 3-point attempts in the second half. But without a Sooner field goal, Ricky Grace drove in for a layup that cut Kansas' lead to 3 points with less than a minute to play. Then Manning made one of his rare lapses. He missed the front end of a 1-in-1 foul situation. Oklahoma got the ball, and Mookie Blaylock, who had missed his 2 previous field goal attempts, connected from the left side. And suddenly, it was a 1-point game with 40 seconds to go. Anyone's game. Kansas ran the clock down until Blaylock fouled Scooter Berry with 16 seconds to go. Berry made the first shot, but missed the second. Manning, a hero once more, grabbed for the rebound and immediately drew a foul. If Manning could make both shots, the game would almost be out of reach. He made the first, and Kansas led by 3. The crowd knew it was witnessing an historic end to a brilliant career. Manning made the second. Kansas led by 4 with only 14 seconds to play. Oklahoma had to score twice to get even or to win. The Jayhawks let Ricky Grace go all the way unmolested. His basket cut the margin to 2 points. Still 7 seconds to go. If only the Jayhawks could get the ball safely inbounds, they would almost certainly win. They were smart. They got the ball to Manning. He was fouled, made both shots, put the game beyond reach with only 5 seconds to play. Just enough time for one last desperate shot. A shot that meant nothing even if it went in. It didn't. And the Kansas Jayhawks, the local heroes, were the NCAA basketball champions. The perfect climax to Danny Manning's 4 years of college stardom. They had finished no better than 3rd in the Big 8, but now they were number 1 in the nation. Kansas was king in Kansas City.
Kansas championship, most improbable, the longest of long shots, and the championship just continued the soap opera. Within a week, Larry Brown calling a press conference. It was assumed he was going on to UCLA to be their head coach for the Bruins. He said no, he would stay in Kansas, but then shortly thereafter, he took the offer to go to San Antonio, the NBA, become the highest-paid head coach in the NBA. And several months after that, Kansas on probation, unable to defend the title it had won with such verve and such emotion. We hope you've enjoyed our look back at the 1988 Final Four. I'm Bob Lee.
Similon will try for a 3 and hit it. Hunt to the basket.
If you want to make the three-point shot worth an extra point, it should be moved a couple feet back further.
I'm sure one of the things that will happen before too long, I would guess the basket's going to have to be raised.
I'd rather see us go 22-minute half in college basketball.
Just about the only thing the basketball community agrees upon is that there's no shortage of ideas. Many see the court itself taking on a new dimension.
A wide lane will be adopted in some form. I think it's going to be increasingly a three-point game. The 10-second line will be eliminated. I see the game as being a very wide-open game. It'll become a player's game and a fun game to watch.
I really think the basket should be raised, and right now it's so easy to score. I think they ought to raise the basket to maybe 4 inches. 10-4 would be good.
The only reason it's at 10 feet right now is because Dr. Naismith didn't have any other place to put the basket. It was on that wooden rail around the gymnasium. And that's all in those days. If you were 6'1", 6'2", you were a giant, so to speak.
The baskets being raised would be a huge mistake. Then the premium would be on the rebounding even more. There'd be more missed shots, and then you'd have the better rebounding teams winning even a higher percent than they do now.
Changes will also occur off the court. In fact, this may be where college basketball undergoes its greatest transformation in an effort to give the athletes a larger role in academic life.
The future of college basketball is taking shape here with the next generation of students. And as we head into the 90s, hopefully this is where the emphasis in big-time athletics will return to the ideal of the true student athlete.
You have to try to put them in a living situation that's exactly like the other students. Try to put them in an academic situation that's comparable. Now, to do that, you're going to have to make some adjustments. You're going to have to give up some training tables. You're going to have to give up some athletic dormitories. You're going to have to control the amount of time they practice both in season and out of season so that they have time to do this.
I think there needs to be checks and balances and a constant
eye on people who work for the university and who are in charge of carrying out the university's mission, that these influences not undermine the university's primary mission, which is educating students.
Problems in collegiate athletics center upon the adults, by and large. It's not the students.
And how is that?
Well, the recruiting violations, for example, that's an adult problem much more so than it is a student problem.
I think that's an unsolvable problem. I don't think that there's any legislation that can be passed. I don't think there's anything that can be done that will ever keep unethical alumni out of the recruiting picture.
The intense pressure to win continues to mount. The game is a big business now, and coaches must produce or face the consequences.
I think it's hypocritical for a person at one point to say that winning is the only thing that's important for you to work here, and then the next token say, well, why didn't you make certain that this kid didn't go to school? And it's just conflicting philosophical views, I think, and it's foolish for these educators to run around and say, look what's going on in athletics, and then you just ruthlessly firing them.
This is Henderson with that quick first step.
I would like that in all the decision-making bodies that comprise the NCAA and this NCAA tournament, that when they focus on things, they don't just focus on the press, TV, money. Whenever you're making a decision, the main focus should be the quality of play and life for the student athlete.